I find this so funny.
Oh no.
And there she
In
goes.
in the name of the Father,
The Son, and
the
the
Holy
Holy
Spirit,
Ghost.
we sanction this stream to
Amen.
begin. Hi everyone. Thank you.
Hello.
Oh my gosh.
Welcome to TurnTables RPG. We are an experimental tabletop role-playing game stream where we take turns passing the story, the continuous narrative from GM to GM, allowing everyone to be able to flesh out their own individual characters. And oh my goodness, why? Where is? There's Dustin. There you go.
There he is. There's my
Past the
guy.
continuous narrative, and allow us to all play our fleshed out characters. And this is our season finale, episode 32. Lord knows how many hours it's been. Go check YouTube and let us know. Sorry about that. But
A handful.
stuff to watch during the summer if you'd like to. Just a couple of announcements before we get rolling. If you haven't already, please feel free to follow us on social media. We are on Twitter, Twitch, Instagram, and YouTube at TurnTables RPG. You can also see it on the overlay right there. Please feel free to follow us, and we'll be doing some updates later on about possible tiny tables for this month. We will be going on a small hiatus for about 2 weeks, but we'll be hopefully hitting the ground running with uploading some of the previous tiny tables to YouTube as we get our late summer programming started. So that's going to be a lot of fun. And trying to think, if you haven't already, please go follow Patrick Costa on Instagram and Twitter at PCInc_. He's the artist behind the amazing busts here on the overlay, and in the pre-stream the full body designs as well. Along with that social media, speaking about art, we actually have a pretty fun treat for everyone. For next week on Tuesday, it will be released. So please, follow us on Twitter, follow us on Instagram, in order to see what we have coming up next, or what we have planned for y'all in honor of season 1. Trying to think. Oh, also, again, continuing with announcements, I'm also a part of a D&D stream, a charity D&D stream that's streamed on Wednesdays, like around 5:30 p.m. Central Time. It's called Reflections of Chaos, and it's on the Twitch stream Aurelia with a 3. And I'll drop the link in the chat in just a moment. But it's a charity D&D stream, and we are supporting we're supporting Player versus Hunger, which helps fight food insecurity. And basically, what that means is like if in elementary school or middle school or high school you relied on school lunches, Player versus Hunger helps those children after they leave school, because there's a good 3 months where they may not have a regular lunch every single day. And Player versus Hunger, when you donate to them, I believe it's every $5 is a meal, something along those lines. And so it's an incredible cause, and we're really happy to be able to be supporting them, and we hope that you pass by. I play a bugbear ranger who's a lot of fun. And then I believe Dustin, you had something to plug as well?
Yes, speaking of charity, Zeldathon is currently going on. Zeldathon Side Quest, which is our online events in lieu of the regular events we have due to the pandemic. It is continuing for the next couple of days. At last I saw, we had raised about $25,000 for Direct Relief.
Nice.
Direct Relief reaches out around the world for disaster relief. They help with medical, like replacing people's medicine and things like that in times of great need. And recently they have been championing the cause of equality and equity when it comes to access to medicine. They, with all the studies coming out about the pandemic in 2020 with COVID-19, there's a disparity between the different races getting medical attention for that sort of thing and their infections. And so they are trying to make sure that is visible and working to fix it. So that, it's really awesome. Tomorrow morning, About 12 hours from now, actually, I will be taking part in the stream again as well. So I'll actually be on the stream, but that is at twitch.tv/Zeldathon. So it'd be awesome if you guys could, you don't have to stop by for that specifically because it's really early. But if you guys just want to come and hang out at any point during Zeldathon, that's awesome, and that would be great. Also, really quick shout outs about the cosplays we have going on right now, especially to Soul, who tried to cut his own arm off but could not find something sharp enough to do it.
Yeah.
It was weird, so.
Sorry about the stains on the carpet, Sid. I'll clean those out later.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, but yeah,
I've got a Tide pen. Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah, that's all we need. That's all we need. Yeah.
Yes. Speaking of our cosplays, Mars, I believe you have somebody to plug in thanks of yours.
Yes, I made a giant snake mask. I'm not sure if you've noticed it. And I would not have been able to do that without the help of the wonderful Etsy shop. Let me pull up the name so I make sure I'm not giving you the wrong name. Tetra Variations. They have been super helpful throughout this whole thing. I was looking at their patterns, and they had a super awesome viper pattern, and I was like, cool, but my character's not a viper. They're a cobra. And so I messaged them, and they said, here, I made a cobra pattern, but I didn't think anyone would want it, so... because it's too similar to the viper pattern. So here you go, just buy the viper pit. They've been great throughout this whole thing, and I would not have been able to make a giant snake head out of literally paper and glue and paint if it were not for them. So if you... and they have a ton of other cool stuff. So if you ever want to make a giant paper mask, or a giant paper puppet, or a giant paper anything, check out Tetra Variations, whose link I am putting in chat.
Nice.
So,
can you turn the other way, facing your bed?
Yes, I can.
Nice. Yes. That's
yes.
dope.
Now, can you flex?
Nice.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Slightly less impressive because I only did beetles on my arm up to here, but shh.
We won't tell anyone.
Yeah. We're all doing Zoom cosplay at the moment.
Yes.
Basically.
Am I barefoot? Yes. I am absolutely.
Yes.
I am barefoot.
I am wearing khaki shorts, so.
Yeah, it's 95 degrees here, so I am not wearing pants and boots as Anne would.
Oh man,
Wow.
Chris went the full 9.
Chris
Damn, Chris. Someone
I have the
says,
character
I got
who dresses the most
air
normal.
conditioning.
Hello. I literally just wore the gray shirt, the jeans, and the shoes to work today, and I was like, I'll just put on everything else when I get home.
Nice.
Wonderful.
I mean, that works. That works.
Yes. Before we get into our quick recap and then the intro, Chris, would you like to talk a little bit about Twitch Prime?
Wow. Oh boy.
Smoking.
You are going through a tunnel. At the end of the door is Twitch Prime. Get ready for Twitch Prime. It is the time for Twitch Prime. Hello. Did you even know that if you connected your Amazon account to your Twitch account, you can actually get a free Twitch subscription? Please do. I would get like the free money. You will literally make the free money if you use your free Twitch sub. Please give me your money.
Oh wow!
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Chris.
Very good.
Yeah.
Brought to you by Autotune.
Thank you, Aurelia, for gifting subs. That Autotune was all we needed, apparently. Noted for next year's programming. Thank you so much for subbing, Chris. Thank you for that. In the case that you don't want to subscribe via Twitch, we also have a Patreon. You can look us up on TurnTables RPG. We'll be posting up. We're getting some cool stuff done right now, so we'll be posting some stuff up for that later. A lot of our characters' Spotify playlists are on there. We've got sketches of character art, and we have there are the Spotify playlists are free. They're you don't have to claim anything for those. They're definitely free. Go check those out. And we're still releasing them. I think right now we have Alex, Chuck, and Teddy out, but we're still going to get Cassie, Apophis, and Anne out there as well. So, yes, cool. I guess we should do a very quick recap. Finale part 1, car chase, explosions, storm, emotional anguish leading to...
everything going to shit.
Yes, correct. Teddy losing his arm again. That guy. And Apophis giving themselves up to the Elapids. Only for the gang, the group, to find their human form left in the grass. Ren. Part 2. They went to Lift headquarters in Chicago, which is a gym, also administrative building. But it was really cool. Definitely check out last week's episode if you want to see a little bit more about Lift headquarters. And essentially, it was an investigative, get the plan settled kind of episode. Did we actually get a plan settled? Not really, but we learned a lot. And so we learned that the storm is actually the world's climate being pulled into one spot above Memphis, Tennessee. And if the reuniting of Apophis's pieces goes wrong, then that storm is just going to spill out and essentially wipe out life on the northern hemisphere, plus a good chunk of the rest of the earth as well. Another part is that Teddy's daughter came around, and granddaughter, Carol and June. They came by, and for emotional, drama, Carol asked Chuck to protect Teddy and to keep him alive. As we learned a little bit more about how Lift maneuvered in the back end, Anne finally got her grenade launcher, along with a lot of other supplies for the team. All throughout this time, Ren was assimilating to, or not, just adjusting somewhat to the struggles of suddenly being conscious again in his own body. And he got a bat, which is cool.
Yeah.
And the group was getting ready to leave when they were shown, apparently Bertie and Clark had brought back the remains of old Tex to the Lift headquarters. And inside the remains, the group found the Feather of Truth, which is used in Egyptian mythology. It's used to weigh a person's soul when it's time for their judgment. And I believe Alex has it right now. And along with that, the group found out that the safe house that Carol and June have been hiding out in since Teddy called them way back in Mars's episode is actually a prototype normal steam engine that is not technological as far as we know, but that was something of a labor of love between Teddy and his wife for their daughter, Carol. And I believe, does anyone else want to add anything? Oh my God. Cassie revealed to the group that she's one of the pieces of Apophis. The stomach, the guts. Yeah.
True.
Ren can sometimes see what Apophis is seeing. Maybe. They had a little bit of an episode. That was fun.
Yeah.
And by fun, I mean stressful, but also fun.
All right. Holy shit, guys. Okay, I'm going to take this off because it's 78 degrees in my apartment right now because apparently the Texas electric grid can't handle the heat and not the cold either. We're just shit in general. So I'm going to take that off. Sorry. And because also the intro is going to require me to do a lot, and I'm going to sweat through my makeup.
A lot of mobility required.
Partly, yes. Okay. So, with that in mind, kind of a hasty catch up, but hopefully you've stuck with us, and we are going to jump into the intro. We open in a small stone room in the middle of action. We watch as Apep, the black mummy-like figure who's the tail of Apophis, gets slammed up against the stone wall, a huge red hand on their throat cracking them into the stone. We hear the Elder Lapid say, "You thought you could trick me? I see magic more than you know. And now I know this shard," and he gestures to this dark Apophis that's kind of standing, crushing Apep into the wall, whose darker shades of red and their gem incomplete. "I see this shard for its cracked mess that it is. I want you to tell me about Cassandra Rose." And then there's a pause, because they begin to hear shifting and a metal vent above. And the Elder Lapid looks up, and they begin to see the metal vent bust in places and shimmy.
Remind you again, it is not simply a stone, it is a keystone. It's very integral.
Oh my goodness.
It is a long explanation.
Do you
frankly,
hear
but
that?
It is very important, especially to myself and to my pursuits.
Well, if this stone is important, then I guess it's okay.
And
Might have
the
it.
trio watch
Listen, I promise you, if we
as the
find
group,
it,
as these
it will be
dents
quite,
get to a vent,
entertaining for yourself as well.
I'll hold you to the promise, mate.
and then
Whoa.
Oi, mate.
What? I'm being very...
Oi, okay. As long as we stay still like this, I don't think they heard.
That's Camelot!
and on the ground we see Bertie and Clark, dust scattering everywhere. They quickly get themselves up and gather themselves and look at the trio.
So this isn't the bathroom. Oh, apologies.
We weren't looking for the bathroom, we were looking for...
Bertie addresses the Elder Lapin.
I don't believe we've met. My name is Bertilac de Hardesert. I am the Lord of Green Castle, and friend of the Knights of the Round Table.
Oh my god, we're going to die.
The Elder Lapid looks at the two and gestures for Negapophis and says, "Take them alive." Welcome to Monster of the Week.
Damn it.
So, Dustin, what I really need you to do right now is just perish for me, right in this moment. Die for me.
No.
And
The
that's
realism,
TurnTables
it's
RPG.
astounding.
Stop.
You're next.
And Twitch just demolishes, nukes our stream.
Oops, we're gone.
It's
That's why
fine.
this
If we
is the
do it in a
season
hot tub,
finale.
it's fine.
If
That's
we
right.
murder a man in the hot tub, it is okay.
Cool. So we come back, and just like we did at the beginning of part 2, we're gonna be finagling a little bit of how we're gonna set up part 3. So a couple things to lay out. Carol and June did not come with you.
Dang.
You
I
all
really wanted that 6-year-old on the battlefield.
You all went
Yeah.
out onto you all went into the singular car that this train carries, and it's like a smaller kind of American tank train. Like it still like weighs a lot of tons, but it's way smaller than Old Tex. And
Can I quickly ask?
yeah,
Can we tie my car to the back of the train?
yeah,
I was
absolutely.
gonna say, can we
I have a
attach
+1
our
ongoing.
vehicles?
So what essentially what we're going to do is like Lyft will like commandeer one of the storage car from the nearby industrial park, and both of your vehicles will be kind of like chained down there for the sake of like them not slaloming against each other the entire way. But they will be available to you if you so choose to get off the train and get them out and stuff. It won't take too much time to do. But yes, those will be available to you. You all watched Teddy kind of have a muted conversation with Carol and June, maybe like 50 feet away, where you saw Carol kind of like begin to cry, and then June latch onto Teddy's leg, and he holds them for about a good 2 minutes before stepping away and getting into the engine and beginning to stoke the fire and get everything going. It takes, by the time that you all leave the industrial park and are going on the rails, it is pouring rain. The storm has reached far enough to hit Chicago, and it's not as rough as it was when you were attacked on the road, but it is getting that way the closer that you are getting to Memphis. It takes maybe about, by train, it's going to take y'all maybe 4 hours to get to Memphis, arguably, depending if in the case that there's no blocks or anything of that nature. Teddy's in the engine, because this is not self-run. He has to be there the entire time for the most part. And the 5 of you are in the carriage. There's like, you can see that there's like 2 cots that you could sit on. The rest of it is just like boxes of just storage. And you have 4 hours. Is there anything that any of you want to do in this time?
Chuck is, I think Chuck is sitting around. I think he's cleaning off because he got a shotgun from Anne, who took it from Lyft, and so I think he's just sort of like familiarizing himself with the shotgun. He likes to like understand the gun that he's using.
Fair.
If anyone's hanging out with him, maybe he'll make small talk like, "Horrible weather we're having."
I think Anne, in this moment, would absolutely be hanging out with Chuck because her knowledge of guns is very limited, and so she would kind of like watch him point to all the parts and talk about them. And I imagine that Chuck is just like, yeah, this is the bit that you pull to shoot, and this is
So this is called
this
a
is the
trigger.
safety. You don't ever need to turn it on.
So what you want to do with this is you hold the grip and you press down on the trigger, and that makes the bullet go whoo, and then it kills people.
And so, but how do I aim? Because like,
So you look. So basically, you hold there. You know, there. If you want to get technical, there's actually like most guns have a sight of some kind that you line up with what you're aiming. But and also you have to prep yourself. You have to good body work is also very important because if with something like if you're doing something like a pistol, depending on the pistol, hopefully there won't be that much recoil. If you're getting a lot of recoil with the pistol, you've chosen maybe guns just aren't your thing, but it really takes you have to be prepared. Don't be too stiff because that could hurt too. You have to. It's like a combination of looseness while also being prepared for the kickback.
oh,
Have you ever shot a gun before, or is it?
Anne's shot a gun.
Okay, good, cool, perfect. Then we're all good. Nothing to worry about. You'll do fine.
Yeah, I've smoked before. Yeah.
Anne shot a gun once, maybe.
I've smoked
Back in
drugs.
college.
Yeah.
Well, she definitely shot a gun because she shot Chuck.
Oh yes,
That's
you
right.
did shoot me. So be careful. Make sure when you're shooting, don't shoot at me, please.
The two of you are aware that there is at the back of the actual the caboose, where if you go from the carriage to the storage car does have a railing in the back, where you can kind of climb up and walk over the top. That just kind of it's raining right now, but it is completely open. There's nothing around. If the two of you want to try and take the guns out there.
Chuck, do you want to go outside for a minute? Maybe you can help me get my aim down a little.
Sure, might as well.
It doesn't take y'all very long. And there is a slight overhang, so you're not getting rained on, but it is definitely, you can see there's maybe 15 feet of visibility on either sides of the train and behind the train. Otherwise, it's just like a curtain of rain.
Did you just bring a grenade launcher? You went from barely shooting guns to grenade launcher?
I still have my other weapons. I don't know. I mean, if I see that elder guy,
You just start blasting.
I just start anyway. I just start blasting.
I got you. Yeah. Hopefully that works out. Just again, make sure I am not the one you're shooting at. That's just a personal thing.
I'll try.
Yeah, and grenade launchers, they're a little different. You also have to think of the arc when you're going. That's just a thing to keep in mind. It's not just gonna go straight like a bullet.
Okay.
Well, in reality, bullets don't just keep going straight forever. They do hit the ground at some point, but. So yeah, just work on that, and Chuck just starts shooting bullets into the sky.
Oh man.
Yeah, I think that Anne is not going to shoot the grenade launcher right now because that's just a bad idea. I think that she'll probably practice using. What else does she have? Oh, my notes for this are terrible. She definitely has a few revolvers, so I think that she's going to just kind of practice as the train kind of rolls past date markers. No, we're not going that far. As we go past I don't know, trees and stuff, Anne is just gonna try to aim at them and shoot at them while they go by.
Nice. Yeah. Go. No. How well do you think Anne does against those railroad signs?
On a scale of negative 1-ish to positive 3, about a 1.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it takes you a couple of minutes. One, because the train's rattling on rails, and two, it's pretty windy. But once you get the cadence of your breathing right, and like you're used to all the extraneous stimuli affecting you, you manage to actually like shoot out the lights of like a railroad crossing as you pass by, even though it's like maybe like 30 feet away, hidden by the rain. So you feel a little bit more confident in your skills for shooting. Does anyone else want to do anything this time?
I think Cassie is like trying to bond with Rin over the whole being absent from the world and inside of someone else's head for a specific amount of time, you know? Like, there's not really that many people you can relate with on that. So,
Yeah. I imagine while Ren and Cassie are talking, Ren's just kind of playing with their pocket knife, just kind of trying to get a feel for it.
Cassie is like using outdated memes as if they were like the hottest thing and trying to teach Ren about them.
And Ren is like very intently listening, and trying to get a handle on his perception is, Cassie is more up to date than I am, and so he's trying to listen to her talk about popular culture from like 10 years after he went away. I don't know. He got lost in Apophis's head, whatever that is.
And you see, the funny thing is that cats don't even eat cheeseburgers.
That's you're right. Cats don't eat cheeseburgers. That's really good. And Ren is just losing their mind at this picture of a cat with a cheeseburger, like uncontrollably laughing. I figure you probably already know most of the funny jokes and stuff from when I was around, but
I am pretty funny.
You are very funny. Good job. Thanks for helping me try and get up to date on pop culture and stuff. I don't like to be behind on stuff like this.
Just wait until I start telling you about Pokemon.
There's more of them? Please say there's more of them.
There are so many more of them.
And Ren's eyes just widen, and they're like, tell me about them, please.
Oh man, yeah,
And she does.
Ren would know Gen 1 and Gen 2, but not Gen 3.
Yep.
And onward, yeah, that's crazy. Anyway, what's Alex doing?
I think most of the ride Alex is being kind of quiet, as he often does. He's contemplating what they're about to do, and the fact that, I mean, it's quite possibly a suicide mission at this point with what they're about to do, and he's like just kind of taking stock of that. And so most of the time he is by himself, just kind of somber a little bit. When he's not, he's probably like hanging out with Teddy, just just kind of like, I don't know, just talking to Teddy, asking him about his how he's feeling because of he did just have a very harrowing experience and then kind of left not on a doctor's note.
Yes, that's actually a really great point. If you hang out with Teddy, Teddy's going to put you to work, because it was a lot easier to, manage a train and drive a train with 2 arms. And now he only has 1 because he did not rebuild his robot arm. And so he would put your hands to work. And he has not entered the main carriage that like Carol and June were living in. For those of you who are in there, you would notice that the walls are plastered with like family photos. most of them, a lot of them are like, a good chunk of them are just like Carol and June, like at the beach or at a theme park and things of that nature. But there's a handful that are like framed that are, a slightly younger Teddy with them, and Emma, his wife, as well. And it strikes you as odd because you've actually never seen Teddy, like, you've seen Teddy smile, and you've seen Teddy laugh, and you've seen Teddy, be positive, but you've never seen him so full of life as he seems in those photos. And I think as Teddy is, Alex, as you're with Teddy, I think Teddy is just gonna kind of like, there's gonna be a pause, like maybe y'all were chatting and things of that nature, but I think there's gonna be a pause, and I think Teddy's gonna, very quietly, he's gonna say, I think this is the last one, Alex.
Yeah.
I never thought I'd actually say that going in, because, it sounds like we're admitting defeat, but if we make it out of this alive, I don't know if I can keep going like this.
I mean, having met your family, Teddy, I don't think I would advise you to, even if you thought you could. I mean, they need someone now.
Oh, she's pretty independent. She doesn't need me for anything except for, maybe to grab something off of a high shelf or mow the lawn, I guess. But it's just, we've been at this for nearly 10 months now, a little around, and even when I was with Chuck back in the 80s, I don't think I've ever felt so tired. Granted, I also didn't lose my arm either, but I think my chapter in this story's coming to a close.
Well, you know yourself better than anyone else does. And regardless of your decision on what you do after this, you are still one of the only friends I've ever had. And for that, I would do anything. So, when we get out there, just know that I'm only a call away, yes?
Teddy will kind of like shovel some coal into the engine and then kind of place the shovel off to the side and extend his one like sooty hand to you, and he says, "You got it, partner."
And Alex will accept the hand.
And he says, "When we get out of this, you're all coming to my ranch for some sweet tea."
I might pass on this week.
Water. I hate to be a bad host.
We'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Got some Vienna sausages too, but and I think Teddy will just kind of nod, and at this point in time, you see him kind of like stretch out from the cabin, and he like focuses a bit, and then he looks at you and he's like, Alex, how good's your eyesight?
Decent at least.
Can you look ahead and tell me if I'm seeing things? And he swaps places with you. As you peer out, you begin to see a wall. It's like the smallest line that is slowly getting larger and larger and larger. It is a wall of sand. What are you doing?
I think that we should get everyone inside the train right now.
Teddy's going to grab the whistle and pull it down. Where is everybody on the train at this point in time? I believe Anne and Chuck are at the back of the train.
I think Ren and Cassie are probably in the little homey car.
Yeah.
Where the pictures are and everything.
Gotcha. Teddy immediately slams the brake, and everyone feels like the shifting of weight as you all hear a metallic scream as the wheels just stop dead in their tracks, but the momentum carries them forward. From anywhere around the train, you all hear just Teddy swing out from the cabin and just yell, "Brace for impact!" And the tank engine just slams head first into this huge sand dune. And you all feel the jolt, and Anne and Chuck, you're thrown up against the wall of the cart. Ren and Cassie are thrown within the car itself. Alex and Teddy manage to brace themselves to where they're not as thrown as hard. But you all just kind of hear the tss of the steam engine kind of beginning to die down. And as you all look, you see it's almost incredible. It's fields of grass and then just dunes of sand.
Well, that doesn't seem natural for the geographic region. Chuck, let's go inside, huh? Let's Oh, this shit's weird. Okay, I'm
Well, it
going
was
inside.
actually pretty cold. Now it's actually a nice warm temperature, so I feel.
Do you want to stay out here?
No,
it's
I'll
because the
go
guns are
inside.
out here, isn't it?
No, I'll go inside.
All right, okay.
All right. So y'all, is everyone meeting up in the carriage car?
Sure.
Yes.
All right. So the six of you convene, and Teddy's just kind of I'm not gonna take my hat off because not the rest of my hair is not gray, so it's just gonna look like my.
You're not allowed to break the immersion.
Yeah, exactly. So he takes off the hat and kind of dusts off sand, and he looks at the rest of you all and he says, "I don't know how far we're gonna be able to get on your cars, but we ain't going nowhere on rail anymore."
Well,
I got
can't
good
keep
gas
anyone there
mileage.
faster, so let's do it.
Sounds like a plan to me, I guess. I don't see much point in trying to lug a train through this sand.
It's
Yeah.
true.
This girl's done her job, and kind of pats the side of the carriage.
Yeah, how much further are we from our destination? Do we know?
Yeah, I mean, you don't. Well, I'll go ahead and tell y'all. You are at the city limits of Memphis.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we're
You're there. It's just
we're
you
going.
need a little bit more to get to the
all right.
the pyramid. Yeah. So y'all are getting the cars ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess so.
Right.
As you all get the cars ready, I actually have something. I'd like Teddy to do. Teddy.
That fills me with anxiety.
Yeah.
Activates the
Teddy
transformation
walks
mode on the train.
over. Teddy
Oh,
walks
no.
over and just dies. Oops.
Oops.
Teddy's kind of digging through the boxes of storage within the train. And I'm going to say, for the sake of brevity, he finds 3 gadgets from way long ago that, were put into boxes that he just like totally forgot about, or maybe he never finished, who knows. But I need 3 of you to roll 2d6 and tell me the numbers so that I can apply those numbers to these gadgets that will come in handy at a later time.
Such
Me.
a good thing.
Me, I'm fast.
Yes, go ahead, Masha.
That's each number individually or the numbers together?
The numbers together, so like the 2d6 equaling out to
7.
7. Next one,
10.
10. And anybody else? Mars, do you want to test it out, see if you've got the curse or not, and maybe knock it out with this one?
Please say I don't.
I
Please
just want
say
to
I
say,
don't.
because I want to immortalize this.
Curse.
I just want to say, because I want to immortalize this. Dustin mentioned in chat how I get a plus. I don't know if you know this, but Chuck gets a +1 ongoing while driving. And then user Bartleby Prime responded with, "Chuck is never alone in his car because he always has a +1," and I love that deeply.
Very good.
That's pretty
It's
good.
a very good joke. Just 10 out of 10.
Guess who has the curse? I got a 6.
You got a 6? Nice.
Yep. Also,
Lovely.
I will be right back. I have to get some Advil.
No worries. So
Thanks, take Advil.
you'd be surprised. Oh, nice. I thought.
Oh, that was frightening.
Hey, you got any snake aspirin?
Osteonaut in chat says Snadville
Wow.
for snake Advil.
Thank you, Masha, for explaining it.
So anyway,
Or
I'm eating
Snaz.
teriyaki chicken right now, for anyone wondering.
Nice.
I'm gonna just really
No
quickly
leave.
take this off to.
Nice.
Very
Hey.
That's
Is this
hot.
one's getting ready to like fall off?
Wish Alex had a beard.
Yeah,
I think it
I
would
would be
nice.
in
It's
less
looking,
math.
it's
Leave it
looking
on.
clean though, sir. Like that's a nice trim. That was
Oh yeah, I just did that
Or
today.
leave the mask off.
nice.
Oh, I didn't even notice. You know why? Because I'm wearing sunglasses. It makes everything harder to see.
I mean, that is true. You are wearing sunglasses.
Oh man.
Take a look at
Oh
everybody's
yeah.
costume.
Oh my god, Dustin. Such short facial hair. Where did it all go? Put it back. I'm confused. I'm scared.
It's in the trash can. That's where it is.
Oh, I don't want it. I have a rule that once something goes into the trash can, you don't go back for it, unless it's really valuable.
If Alex survives to season 2, maybe he will have a beard.
Cool.
We'll have to see.
What makes you say if?
I mean,
Uh-oh.
Trying to think. All right, I mean, we can go ahead and just kind of like move a little bit forward. It doesn't take too long to get the cars out and at least out onto the road. You all see kind of like a flatter surface of sand a little bit farther down to your side. So you all just kind of like take the vehicles and begin going that way. Who's driving the van and I mean, I'm not going to ask who's driving Chuck's car because, that's the most obvious.
Why would you even
question.
ask? You get a +1 ongoing. Of course, I'm driving the car.
So Chuck's driving his car. Who's driving the van?
Probably me again.
Okay. Because the storm is still going, you can definitely tell that the rain is lighter here. That it's definitely like the storms, the thunder, the lightning is stronger in the perimeter, but here within the city limits, there's still like a constant drizzle and some lightning here and there, but it's just the main obstruction are these sand dunes. So I'm going to need the 2 of you to roll act under pressure to get your cars through the sand, because it's hella hard to actually drive through sand without the right tires. And yeah.
I'm scared.
Okay, I rolled 2 5s, which is a 10, plus my 3 cool is a 13.
Nice.
Plus
and then
one.
with the +1.
And then with my +1 on going is a
Yeah.
14, correct.
Nice.
Thank you. I
And-
appreciate you.
Well, that's a good sign.
I'm
Look,
glad that everyone but Chuck is dead
my crit show dice have been in dice jail for a very long time.
for a reason.
I
they're a
pulled them
repeat
out
offender?
of dice jail, and this is how they reward me. The logo's on the 1.
Yep.
The logo's on the 1. So,
Well,
that is a cool 4. That's a 4.
Mhm. Okay.
Fun.
I mean, Alex could technically save you, but I can't think of any way that Alex could like help out in this situation. Cassie, sure, but Alex, no.
Alex sees Anne about to turn somewhere, and he's like, "No, stop."
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
if Alex wants to like use his keen vampire eyes to try and plot a better path through the sand, you can definitely
Sure.
help out if you'd like to.
I only have to get 12, and we'll be fine.
Okay, perfect.
I only have to get 12, and we're fine. And here we go. Here come my snake eyes, just so that something bad can happen to Alex too. No, actually, that is a 6 and a 3, which is a 9, plus my 3 cool, which is a 12.
Nice.
And
That's
because
a-
I have advanced help out, that makes your roll a 12.
Nice. Perfect.
Hell yeah.
So, the two of your
Thank you.
vehicles
You're the
managed
best.
to like rise up into the sand well enough, and thankfully, it seems as though this area, the sand is packed pretty hard. So y'all are able to actually like ride on top of the sand without any problem. As you all kind of like rise up the first dune and begin kind of like going forward, you notice you cannot see any of the city's skyline. It is all just sand.
All sand.
All sand.
Oops. All sand.
All sand and no play makes a sad boy.
Does it seem as though the dunes are like the height of buildings? I think Anne would try to look out upon this and try to determine what on earth is happening here. Like if the sand seems to be covering the buildings, if the buildings are just gone, what the situation, what
Go
the
ahead.
what the vibes are.
All right, yeah. Go ahead and roll a vibe check / investigate a mystery.
Oh, good. Wow, I switched dice, and that's boxcars, baby.
Nice.
Wow.
Yeah,
That-
let's get all of
that's-
these out now. Yeah,
Yeah,
this is
about.
good.
that's. Ooh, sorry, I hope that didn't come through with audio.
No, you're good.
Um,
Did you want to do the phenomena questions too, or just the normal ones?
I might look at the phenomenon questions as well, just because they might be more relevant.
Yeah, no worries. So the phenomena questions are: how is this phenomenon doing this? What could fix it, cure it, or slow it down? How far does the effect reach? And what will be affected next?
So I have hold 2. I think. I think my first question is just going to be, what happened here?
Okay.
Like what's the deal with Memphis sand?
Mm-hmm.
That's my Seinfeld impression. I'm really sorry.
Yeah, no. So you kind of begin pondering over the situation, and something sparks your memory, and you remember way back in the gas station that weatherman was talking about how the storm systems passing over Egypt and the Sahara were actually sucking up sand. And it seems as though we now know where that sand went. And almost as if, by divine intervention, you all see a very tiny dust devil kind of like roll down from the sky, hit the ground, and just disappear. But in its place, there is just a new kind of like scattering of sand that kind of, this is happening maybe like 150, 200 feet away from you. I guess I should call it a sand devil.
There are fun noises coming from the next room.
That could mean a lot of things.
It probably means that Trevor's trying to get behind the dining room table to paint his miniature. But he used to do these workouts in our old apartment where he did like handstand work, and I would always hear the impact of his feet hitting the wall. Yeah, so that's kind of, I was just like, oh, I wonder if Trevor's doing handstands right now, which is like, whatever. I think I might hold on to my second hold for now. I don't know that there's any other question I want to ask.
Sure.
Yet.
Okay, I think at this point, I'm going to need another act under pressure roll from the two drivers, as you are continuing across this sandy landscape.
Okay, let's do this.
Well, should I use a different set of dice now? Because the first one's rolled really well, the second rolled... Oh, sorry.
That's a great question.
Okay, I rolled a 6 and a 2, which means 8, plus my 3 is 11, plus my 1 ongoing is a 12, which means I do hit the mark to exceed with everything I want to do ever.
Nice.
Yes, that's how it works in this game.
It is.
You need
if you roll high enough, the DM has to do whatever you say. No questions asked.
True.
I'm literally at a point where if I just roll like 1 6, or like I'm good. If both of my dice make equal to 6, I'm fine in most scenarios.
That's
unless
true.
it's weird or charm.
You'd legitimately have to roll like snake eyes. Yeah, snake eyes. Yeah.
I rolled 6 plus 1 is 7 plus 2 is 9.
So a 9.
Yeah.
Okay. So on a mixed success, which is what a 9 is, you get a worse outcome, hard choice, or a price to pay. So your van doesn't get stuck in the sand. Instead, it runs out of gas.
No.
You're trucking along, and Chuck is like maybe 30 feet ahead of you in his own car when you begin to hear the engine begin to halt, and the van just kind of like come to a standstill. Chuck, are you stopping? Have you noticed at all that the van has stalled, or are you just?
I think
continuing?
Chuck stops and says, "See, that's why I tell you gotta get a car with a good gas mileage. And there's no Costco near here. You're gonna have to pay a premium if you try to get gas around here."
I like the idea that Chuck's one official ID card that has the right information on it is his Costco card.
Mm-hmm.
Like his driver's license has a fake name, all that, but it's like...
Oh my god. Damn it. God. I am going to stand up and I'm going to go to the back of the van and I'm going to see if I have a canister of gas still. So I remember when I was originally trying to refuel, I don't think I got very far into the... I don't know. You tell me, DM, because I know that I filled up, I think, a couple of canisters with gas.
Canisters, plural? Not sure. One for sure. Mm-hmm. Just go ahead and roll me 2d6 plus half of your current luck count.
Oh no, Masha's rolling again.
Yep.
Thank you,
Masha's
Quick
rolling
Show.
again.
That's 13.
13? Yeah, you kind of you shift around, and sure enough, you find the canister that you had used in the beginning. But it seems as though Lyft managed to, actually fill it up for you. So you have a full tank of gas within that canister.
Wow, this is so lucky that the folks at Lyft refilled this canister for us. I don't even know who's in my car, by the way. I could be talking to an empty vehicle right now if everybody's just vibing with Chuck. But
That's
I
just
will...
a surprising scenario.
Everybody's with Chuck. Well,
Everyone's with
because
Chuck.
now Ren is no longer like... How heavy was Apophis? Like 900 pounds or something?
Pretty close to, probably.
Yeah, I'm assuming
Very
that Ren
large.
is more reasonable, weight, the weight of a kind of probably an average human being.
Yeah.
Somewhere
They're like-
between.
Yeah. They're like 5'10", pretty skinny, so however much that would weigh.
150? Maybe?
That sounds right. Maybe? I don't know.
I don't know how. I don't know. So yeah, Anne is going to park the van in the sand and go out there and fill her up, baby.
Okay.
Actually, who else is in the car with Anne?
Ren is probably driving with Anne.
It would be really weird if Alex somehow helped you from Chuck's car.
Yeah.
That's fair.
But I would say Cassie is probably with Chuck.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
Teddy's with Chuck too.
Okay.
I'm
Sam,
picturing
I'm trying
Cassie
to
just like
decide.
sitting in the back seat while Chuck and Teddy are in the front. Like,
Oh, that's a great
She would
question. I feel like
totally-
Cassie would have called shotgun for sure.
She would have.
But would Teddy have allowed it?
Yeah.
Would Chuck have allowed it?
Actually,
I just-
no. Cassie would not, and specifically so that she could sit in the back seat and go, "Are we there yet? Are we there
Oh my
yet?
God.
Are we there yet?"
I feel
God,
like
I love
she's
Cassie.
absolutely the kind of person to like unbuckle her seatbelt completely and then like one elbow on each like seat in the front and
Yeah.
then be like all up in their business, just like
Absolutely.
messing with the radio and like ruffling everyone's hair.
Oh,
and,
I
like,
definitely envisioned the front
tapping
seat being a
opposite
bench
shoulders
seat.
and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh.
So it's like both
Well,
her
she
arms are
can.
just like right
well,
there.
then even better because she's like standing up in the back so that she can loom over as much as she can. Yeah, I think I'm actually going to ask Alex to fill up the gas. Because I think that I would like to use. No, I'm not ready to use my other investigative mystery roll.
Okay.
All right.
It's precious
Precious resource. Well,
yeah.
I gotta be cautious because
You'll have to roll again if you use it up.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to have to roll again. Yeah, I'm just gonna go out and I'm gonna refuel.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't really take that much time. During the course of this, however, Ren, you get a headache.
cool. Just a regular headache, just like a tension headache, or
It kind of starts off that way,
Some Snadville.
but
buddy.
it gradually gets worse to the point to
Cool.
where when you close your eyes in pain, your vision flashes and all you see, it's weird. It's not it starts off in that normal view of red, and you are back in that similar height of that Apophis height, and you're walking down a stone hallway, but quickly that begins to kind of like shift, and suddenly you are more in kind of like you are standing on purple sands that look identical to the sands in front of you, and your body's kind of like floating maybe 6 inches off the ground, and it seems as though your body's kind of like incorporeal, and you're just kind of standing there and you watch these purple sands shift, and you see that the sky is in hues of purple and red, and in the distance, even though there is none that you can see in the real world, in the distance you watch a sun engulfed in an eclipse, with those beams of light drawing slowly into the center. You remember this place. This was the place where you had communed with Apep when you first connected. And you hear a voice kind of like swirl around you as if the sands themselves carried one. And it says, it's hidden. You have to find
What am I saying?
The voice is saying, it's hidden. You have to find it.
Can I investigate a mystery? Or read a bad situation?
You still have your tune in move, correct?
I do.
Go ahead and roll me tune in.
Okay, cool. That would be let me double check what I add to tune in. Oh, okay, it's plus weird, so that's a 9.
Okay, yeah. With a 9, as you begin to kind of like extend your consciousness to this voice, the landscape begins to rush past you. It's almost as if like you are in Google Maps and you've hit the arrow to go like super far away. Like it's just like space is bending around you, and you come to this huge dune. And you hear once again the voice say, "It's hidden," and that wind kind of like rushes past your body, reaches up to the dune, and like you see it like snake across the sand, this like gale of wind. And as it reaches the top of the dune, it curls off in a flourish, and you see at the very top of the dune a glass pyramid just sticking out from the top. But
Cool.
And you feel yourself being pulled towards it, but before you can get there, the vision cuts and you're sitting back in the seat of the van, and the headache's gone, but like the aftermath of the headache is still there. You know, like the somewhat like the weight in the eyes kind of like beginning to lighten up, but it is very, it spooks you. Alex, you would have seen Ren kind of like stiffen in their seat for like maybe 5 seconds.
Everything all right there?
Just a headache. Yep, everything's all right. Everything's fine.
All right.
Do you think Anne needs help? I can go help her.
Fill up the tank?
I don't know. I mean, there might be stuff out there. I've got a baseball bat.
I mean, sure.
And Ren is going.
Help your headache.
I didn't have a headache. I mean, I guess I did a little bit, but just like nothing too bad. I think maybe, yeah, I might need some fresh air, and Ren is going to step out of the car and try and go around to wherever the gas zone is. That's not what it's called.
The gas zone.
That's what it's called.
I was gonna
now.
say the gas hole, but that wasn't right.
The gas hole.
I know where the gas hole is.
So, yeah.
Pigeons don't have gas holes.
Gross.
Yeah. Anyway, so what's happening in Chuck's car during this time?
Chuck is just sort of hanging out. I think he's... I don't know. He's just waiting for the other people to fill up. Maybe he's listening to some jams on the radio.
I think Teddy is going to address Cassie, and he's gonna say, if we, we're probably heading for the Bass Pro Shop Pyramid, because it just kind of seems like that's what we should be heading towards. It's, whatever. We're probably gonna need your expertise once we get inside.
Did Alex tell you that I'm a good fisherman?
No, that's actually news to me. But I meant more of the arcane nature.
Oh, right. That makes more sense because I'm not a good fisherman.
Mm-hmm. And Teddy's just gonna kind of like raise the radio volume a little bit.
And she's gonna start singing.
Okay. What's the song?
I don't know. You're the one on the radio.
Give me the beat, boys, and free my soul. I wanna get lost in your rock and roll and drift away. Yes. In these times, let's remember Uncle Cracker.
Okay.
That's the name of the
Fun.
Anyway, as and you finish up with the gas tank, Ren comes around the corner, wielding the bat and looking kind of spooked.
And I think Anne like draws one of the weapons from. She's totally got one like in her like a revolver in her waistband, Anne's doing her best. She only knows stuff from movies, okay? And she's just like, is there someone out here, Ren? Did you see something?
No, I'm here to talk, I guess. Not, this is a cover, and he kind of shakes his bat. I didn't know if I could tell Alex about this, just because I don't know who I can talk to about this, except for you, because obviously you have kind of been in the same situation as me. Sorry, I'm rambling a little bit too much exposition, but I had a headache again, and I closed my eyes, and I think we have to find the pyramid. I know one of the things, like, I don't remember a lot of, history stuff, but I do remember them building a pyramid in Memphis before I went away, and I think we need to find it, if that got finished, or like we have to find the remnants of it, or because I was in this desert and there was an eclipse and there was a pyramid made of glass in Memphis, and it matched up with the dunes that matched up with the dunes that we see in front of us, and there was a voice, and I have to find it, and it's hidden, and I don't know what's going on.
That sounds really scary. I'm sorry that you had to deal with that. Yeah, I would not be surprised that the pyramid's where we need to go. It's where we first met with that fucking asshole. Why don't we hop back in the car? I'll let everybody know that I think that's where we're supposed to go, and we'll see if we can find it. And Anne's gonna pull out her phone and see if she can like access her GPS. See if it knows where we are in Memphis. Unless it's like, haha, you're in Egypt, then it'll be whack, but you tell me, Saul.
You know what? Strangely enough, when you open up your GPS, it does take you to Memphis, Egypt. But the screen glitches and you find yourself back in Tennessee. And it puts you at about maybe 5 miles from the Bass Pro Shop pyramid. The problem is that even though on your maps you can see, like, you know, you can see landmarks and things of that nature, you can't around you because of all the sand.
Right.
I will also say that it's fuzzy. It keeps blinking in and out. The signal's not great here.
Okay. Looking at all my possible questions, but I don't think I'm getting anything that's going to be useful to me here. Yeah, I think I'm gonna hop back in the car and I'm just gonna say, I kind of know where we are. I think that we've got to get back to that Bass Pro Shops. I knew I would regret not buying that plushy alligator the first time, and this time, if it's still there, I'm gonna clean them out of their stock. Anyway, Alex, could you give Chuck a call and let him know that's the direction that we're going? And I'm gonna look back at my phone briefly and determine, like, the general cardinal direction that we have to go. I know it's kind of spotty, but just kind of like, we need to go northeast for 5 miles or whatever.
Okay. Yeah, you find out the cardinal direction, but that's the last thing you see before Google Maps just knocks out.
Damn Google Maps.
And you're checking, I'm assuming, like, Alex is probably going to need to go over to the car as opposed to, like, actually call on the phone because there's not really any phone signal. Alex, are you doing that?
Yeah.
Okay. You head
We
over.
still have our walkie-talkies.
Sure. Yeah, you could. I will allow that. Trying to think. Yeah. Would you rather use the walkie-talkie, Alex?
We'll give it a try.
Sure. You radio Chuck. What does that sound like?
This is Count Chocula. Count Chocula. Come in.
I don't remember what was my name.
I don't remember either, or else I would have led with
It was Child's Play because of Chucky.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hey, this is Child's Play coming in. Hey.
Yeah, Child's Play. We're headed to the Big Triangle. Big Triangle.
Vampires don't know
We
3D
got my
shapes.
Count Chocula. The wheel in the sky keeps on turning.
Well, I mean, hopefully it'll keep on turning. That's kind of one of the things we're trying
You
to
know, it's like the song, like Journey, you know?
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, it's good. I was like, Teddy, put that in the radio. That's good. I think I have that CD.
Do you?
I don't know. Probably. Hopefully. If I have any music taste.
I'll allow it.
Teddy checks the glove compartment. It's a cassette, not a CD.
Dang.
It's okay.
Okay,
I
so
try
Bass
and
Pro
finagle
Shop.
it.
Best Pro Shop.
Okay, good, cool. Do you
Try
not
to
have a
fill
tape
out.
recorder in your arm?
Chuck, I only
What?
have one arm.
Oh, awkward. Child's Play out.
Okay, so y'all begin going forward once more. I need another act under the pressure roll from Anne and Chuck.
Okay. Ooh. Okay. I rolled a 3 and a 2, which means I have 5. Plus my 3 cool is an 8. Plus my 1 ongoing is a 9.
A 9. Anne? Are you driving? I need an act under pressure roll.
She sticks to the landing. That's 13.
Okay.
All right.
You all begin pushing forward, and you actually begin to pull farther. Like you whether it's, maybe Chuck is like trying to drive and look for a cassette player at the same time or something along those lines, you pull farther ahead. Chuck, you fall behind, and you begin to notice that the sand is slipping backwards. You adjust the rearview mirror, and you begin to see behind you a storm funnel beginning to come down from the sky. And as it gets closer to the ground, the sand is rising up also in a cyclonic pattern, reaching up to the storm cloud. And that's where all the sand is going. Your car is still moving forward, but you see that it is large in size and is now beginning to grow behind you.
Okay, we got a sand NATO on our 6.
Oh shit, you're right.
It is not as exciting as a Sharknado.
Well, once it gets in your eyes, I don't want to bring this up now, but I hate sand. It's coarse, rough, and irritating, and it just gets everywhere.
Then we best gun it.
Let's go! and he guns it.
Sure. And you pulled farther ahead, but you don't know why Chuck just like races past you. Until you see, also in your rearview mirror, your side one specifically, this giant sand NATO now cycling and heading in your direction. What are you doing?
Yeah, avoiding it.
Wow.
It's... I'm gonna drive faster.
Okay. So the two of you begin to gun forward. I need another act under pressure roll from the two of you. And this time, it's going to be at a -1.
Counting hard. That's an 8.
An 8? Okay. Chuck?
Yes.
Oh, you wanted me to roll again, sorry. Okay, I rolled a 3 and a 2 and again, so that's another 9.
It'll be an 8 because you get a -1.
Ah, dang.
As you all beginning running forward, you realize that the -1 is because the sand itself, the road that you are driving on, is being pulled backwards by the winds of this sand NATO. Let's see. Here's your hard choice.
Oh.
You guys can save yourselves from the sand NATO's suction, but you will have to separate in opposite directions. Otherwise,
well,
you're all going to Oz.
Annie M. And there's a twister.
A pretzel. Just like bouncing on.
I think
Annie, are you okay? Are you okay?
Are you okay, Annie?
Okay, Annie. Could you possibly repeat what the choices are? I didn't realize that my computer has been unplugged this whole time, and it just gave me a low battery warning, and then I plugged it in. So I apologize for that.
It's all good. You have to drive in separate directions, or get sucked up by the tornado.
And the tornado appears to be... Is this one of the ones that's, like, taking sand and putting it here? Or does it appear to be, like, sucking it up to go somewhere else? Is it just a tornado? Do I even have time to ask this question?
Funny you mention it.
Oh, no.
You see that
Okay.
these tiny little sand devils, when they stretch down, are actually sucked into this main funnel. It seems as though anything that is, like, that is a weather anomaly is being kind of like drawn towards this tornado and just feeding it, making it larger. And like you see, like, you know, you've got the funnel of wind and like and rain, but then you see like streaks of just sand just kind of like whizzing around in there as well.
Boy, I think I'm okay getting separated. We can always come back together, but I do not want to get sucked in to this.
I think Chuck looks out his window and locks eyes with Anne, and he just mouths, "I'll see you at the Big ZD's in the Bass Pro Shop," and then he starts driving in a different direction.
Okay. Anne?
Anne starts mouthing something back, but Chuck is already gone. I think that she's going to book it in, you know, whatever direction is going to be safe, but will get us separated.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. You both go into separate directions. And, you know, by going at like 90-degree angles, you are essentially the tornado. You watch as it just kind of like passes by. It just keeps going straight. It passes by, and then eventually you watch it dissipate in the distance as the mounds of sand kind of like drop down and create like a whole new sand dune. But you can no longer see Chuck. And Chuck, you can no longer see the van. Y'all are on opposite directions, going in opposite directions. Anne, Ren, and Alex together. Cassie, Chuck, and Teddy together. What are y'all doing?
Right.
Are y'all still trying to head towards the Bass Pro Shop?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. I'm gonna write my course and try to get there.
Perfect. I'll need one last act under pressure roll.
Okay, I rolled a 6 and a 3, which is a 9, plus my 3 cool is a 12. And do I still have a -1 for sand?
No, because the tornado's not up anymore. So
okay, so that's a 13.
Nice.
12.
Okay, yeah. The thing that brings your attention, the only way that you can actually find the pyramid, because it's just sand dunes everywhere, you all hit the river first. The Mississippi River. And you get to its banks, and you see that it is like the river itself is still unpolluted. There's no sand in it whatsoever. It's still just like flowing normally. You know, it's still the normal Mississippi brown, but like there's not like, it's not covered in sand. And the two of you begin kind of like essentially racing towards each other without knowing it. And eventually, you all like in the shadow of several giant dunes, you see each other once more and kind of like skid to a stop, looking at one another. So you've reunited.
Is the river crossable? Is there like a bridge?
There.
Drivable?
Yeah. I mean, you definitely would have seen the bridge. The bridge is covered in sand, but the bridge is still up.
Fair.
Yeah. I should clarify. You're on the right side of the river, like where the Bass Pro Shop is supposed to be.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't
You're
have to
not
cross
in
the
you're not in
river.
Arkansas. You're in Tennessee.
I was confused
Yeah.
as to.
Yeah, thank you. Thank
Okay,
you for
cool.
the clarification.
So who cares?
Because y'all were in the Memphis city limits when you hit the sand, so you're on the right side of the river. Yeah.
Well, let's get
You
to
have
the
to understand, as someone from California, my understanding of that whole area is very limited.
That's okay.
So thank you for explaining what was on what side of the river. Yeehaw, apparently, is what my accent tried to do there for a second.
I noticed.
Yeah. And I think... And... So do we actually see the pyramid, or
Nope.
we just
It's just
know
sand
we're there because
everywhere.
of the river?
Yeah.
Cool. I think I'm going to use my second hold to say what is being concealed here.
Okay. Yeah, you are looking out, and every once in a while, like, you see sand shift around you, and you see an overpass kind of like reveal itself as some of the sand is shifted by the wind. And you remember that they're like right smack dab next to the pyramid is that same overpass. And so you look out to, you know, gauging the distance, you look out to where it is, and you still see sand dunes, but you get the sense that this entire area, like, you are standing on maybe hundreds of feet of sand, because the overpass is like you're right next to the highway essentially, even though the overpass itself is like hundreds of feet in the air. And so you get the feeling that like you can probably walk out and get to the pyramid, but there's no way to get inside the pyramid through the normal entrance. Does that make sense, or should I explain it different?
I think I got it. I know where it is, but not how to get inside, basically.
Exactly.
Well, guys, I know where we are. I imagine you do too, considering for some reason the river is unbothered by everything that's happening. But unless someone knows of some kind of secret entrance into the Bass Pro Shops, I don't see how we're gonna get in. I mean, I've probably got a shovel in the back, but that's just gonna take a really long time.
Are y'all still in the cars, or have y'all gotten out of the cars?
I'll stay in the car because I get a +1 on going while driving.
Sure. Even though
I
you're
think
parked right
I
now.
think I'm in the car, but like kind of talking over the walkie-talkie to the other car.
Okay. And Mars,
I'm
you were
sorry,
saying
did you say
something?
walkie-talkie? Hold on.
Mars, you were saying something?
Yes, I think Ren turns and says the pyramid is made of glass, yes? Or windows or something.
I think so, yeah.
I mean, maybe not the best idea, but you make a hole in glass, you have an entrance. You have a grenade launcher. It's not hard to make a hole in glass with a grenade launcher, from what I understand. And if all else fails, I've got this baseball bat, I guess.
Would it exactly be the most stealthy way in?
Fair
Well,
enough.
we can call it a plan B, but then we'd still need a plan A. I think... I guess, Saul, can you remind me, can we actually see where the pyramid
No.
would be?
You only see the overpass. And the overpass, you're judging the distance via the
It's
overpass.
like, it's... Yeah, okay.
Good.
At this point, Apophis, or Ren,
I was like, hold on a second.
So was I. Alright.
you watch as in front of you, like maybe 50 feet away, a gale of wind begins to cut through the sand. And you watch it snake and hit the car, hit the van, and it just kind of like sprays sand like all over you. But you watch as the sand kind of like, the fallout of the sand kind of like, almost like as it hits the ground, it looks like a finger pointing. Like a hand pointing, and you see the finger pointing towards one of the larger dunes next to you.
I think I have an idea of what dune it is under. because of a sand finger. I know that's weird, but I figured you all are weird enough already. That's not what I meant to say. I
take offense to that.
I don't.
I might have an idea. I'm thinking it might be under that dune. I think something is helping me. Maybe Apophis?
Oh.
I have a feeling that probably, the storm is connected to him, and so it seems to be giving us directions, and I think I might be still sort of connected to them because we shared a body for a couple of years, I think you might have been around during that time. I guess maybe we've got a connection or something. I really don't like saying that. I would really just like to have a normal life, but that is fine, I guess. That is not the life that has been chosen for me, so I've got a snake chaos god in my mind sometimes. I think the pyramid is that way because of a giant sand finger. This is fine. Everything's fine. And Ren kind of puts their hands on their knees and just kind of looks into the distance at this city in the middle of the US that is covered in sand dunes so high that it is covering skyscrapers and stuff.
I am going to reach a hand out and just kind of put it gently on Ren's shoulder and say, hey, we're gonna figure this out. Go to that dune. Everything is gonna be alright.
And I think as you reach out to Ren, they kind of loosen up for a minute and then kind of turn their head slightly and then say, let's go to that dune, I guess.
Okay. Are you attempting to use your cars?
Close as possible while still being in the car.
Roll me act under pressure.
God damn it. I don't know why I didn't see that coming.
I
Stupid.
What'd you roll, Anne?
Bad. That's a 5 total.
Okay. Chuck,
oof.
are you attempting to go up in your car as well?
No. Strolling for fun.
I don't believe you.
I rolled a 6 and a 5. So that. So hold on, let me do the math real there to see if I did that.
Excuse me.
So that's a 14 plus my one ongoing is a 15.
Okay.
Did I do it?
Chuck, you get onto the mound of the dune pretty easily. You begin coasting up. You're probably about halfway when Anne gets the van onto the dune. And then you all hear as the van kind of slips slightly. And you stick your head out and you watch your wheels are kind of squeaking away just a thin layer of sand off of the side of the pyramid, and the glass is now breaking from the weight of your car. And you watch as the stress fracture just kind of goes up 15 more feet and begins to race towards Chuck. What are you doing, Anne?
Everybody out of the car right now. I think it's about to go through the fucking Bass Pro Shops pyramid. And I am going to grab all my guns and hop out the van.
Okay.
Baby.
I'm gonna need you to roll me act under pressure. I need everybody who's getting out of the car to roll me act under pressure.
Oh.
Chuck, in the
boy.
distance, you see the group is beginning to pile out of the car, and you even see the van kind of shift slightly from the weight, from its weight And you can see like a clear line in the sand, just like racing towards you. Are you attempting to stay in the car as well?
Well, that's not good. I do get a +1 on going if I'm in this car, but do I dare leave it? I do love this car.
I would like to mention that as I make this roll, I did level up with that previous fail, so I added another 1 to my cool, so maybe we'll fail less. I don't know. We'll see.
Okay.
I think Chuck informs Teddy and Cassie, and is like, "Yo, we might be like falling into the Bass Pro Shop in a matter of minutes. Do we feel like we have a better time surviving just with our human bodies or with the car?"
Teddy immediately looks at Cassie and says, "Can you carry a car?"
She flexes
Yes.
and then kind of like looks at her scrawny arms,
Yes.
and then at Teddy, and then back at her arms. She goes, "Probably."
But maybe it'd be best if it was just the two of us, right?
Yeah, probably.
I mean, really, truly. I mean, we must not become complacent over any success.
The ground shifts and your tire begins to kind of like spin slightly until it finds its like footing again. But you're beginning to feel the ground sink underneath you.
Okay, fine. All right,
Are you all
check
getting
this
out? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll need to act under pressure rolls from everybody getting out of Chuck's car as well. Back to the van. What did everybody roll?
With my additional point in the cool, I rolled a 10.
Nice.
It'd be like that sometimes.
Ren?
I rolled a 12.
Okay.
Hey.
And Alex?
That's a 14 total, baby.
Nice. Okay.
Hey,
Yeah,
baby.
the two of you get out pretty easy, and you are rushing in the back as you are scrambling to get all your guns inside of a duffel bag. When the front end of the van crashes through the glass and begins to the van begins to teeter-totter, and you quickly fling open the doors in the back and jump out with your duffel bag just as the van slides and you watch it begin to fall. In that moment in time, you also see in the distance Chuck, Cassie, and Teddy jump out of the car. Chuck, what did you roll?
I rolled a 6 and a 4, which is a 10.
Okay.
Plus
And
my 3 is a 13, plus my 1 ongoing is a 14.
you're not driving anymore, so it's just a 13.
I'm driving out of the car.
Cassie, what did you roll?
She got an 8 total.
Okay. So Teddy and Chuck roll out of the way just as the crack gets to the car and it falls through. Chuck and Teddy look at each other and realize that Cassie's not with them. And they freak out, and then they just watch Cassie kind of float up from the hole, and just kind of like hands up, like wah wah wah. Cassie, you do see that you watch Chuck's car, plummet down into the depths of the Bass Pro Shop pyramid, and you hear it crash into concrete, wood, and water. But it is completely dark inside. There is no signs of life.
Well, they may know we're here.
That is fair.
I mean, if they're even in there, but I guess we've got a really dangerous way in.
Well,
one of you notices that now with the structural integrity of the glass pyramid kind of gone, the glass around you is also beginning to fracture, even though it's at a slower rate. So I'm gonna need, let's say, Ren, go ahead and roll me an read a bad situation.
Cool. I've been so excited for reading a bad situation with my +0 sharp, and that's a 4.
Hmm.
And you're the closest to Ren, and you begin to see that, like, Ren is. Several things happen simultaneously. Ren, you get lightheaded. You get another headache.
Right.
And your back kind of slips from your grip a little bit, and you still have it, but it slams into the glass a little bit and just creates another little shatter point next to your weight. And you stumble for a second, and you watch the glass dip underneath Ren. Would you like to try? What are you doing?
Yeah, I think I immediately like it's like thin ice, right? That you want to make your you want to like make your weight
Spread your weight out.
spread your weight out as much as possible. So I think Anne is going to like immediately and very like calmly drop down to all fours. I don't know. Just the image of Anne on all fours is like terrible, and I've never imagined her as anything but like standing straight up. But I think she's gonna do that, and she's gonna call out to Ren. Ren, get down on all fours. I'm gonna reach out to you. Eric says Anne has gone feral. Starts growling and hissing. Yeah, and then just bites Ren in the leg. No. Ren, do as I do. Drop down on all fours and move real slow towards me. I've got my arm outstretched for you. Just be careful.
And I think Ren's eyes widen, and they just listen to Anne. I think they probably still don't 100% realize what is going on, but they understand like the seriousness in Anne's voice, and so they drop on to all hands and knees and reach out for Anne's hand, I guess.
Okay. I'm gonna need the both of you, or I'm gonna need. Go ahead, both of you roll me act under pressure.
That's a 6.
Tell me to stop.
That's a 9.
Ren is going to die.
Alex is gonna help out if possible,
With
because he's also in the proximity.
with Ren or with Anne?
Probably with Rin, because Rin is the one that would like is
And
the one next to the cracking glass, right? Like
Sure.
actively.
Mm-hmm. How is Alex gonna help?
So, is part of this still covered in sand, or is like more and more like it's the sand pouring into the pyramid?
There's definitely a good chunk, there's a good portion of the sand beginning to pour into the pyramid, but there's a lot of sand on this pyramid just in and of itself. So like essentially the area around you is beginning to clear of sand, and you're beginning to see more of the glass, but so there are still several stretches of sand around you, even though it is like beginning to pour into the pyramid.
So, is it possible for Alex to like get some traction on one of the places with sand and start pulling Rin toward that section instead of over the gaping hole that is where the van once was?
It's a great question. Go ahead and roll me help out, and we'll see.
We will see indeed. So that's a 6 and a 1. 7 plus 3 is 10.
Okay, so that gives them a +2 or just a +1?
+2.
+2. Okay, so Ren, you get an 8. So it is. Okay, I think this is what happens. And you stretch out your hand. Ren, you get on all fours, begin to shimmy towards Anne, and Alex manages to kind of like help like adjust you and like put you into traction towards Anne. However, the section in which the two of you meet, a good chunk of it shatters just from the fact that there's extra weight in an already broken area and opens up. The two of you are not in danger of falling. Unless either
Careful.
oh man, how do I want to do this? You both technically got the same number. Okay, this is how it's... Scratch what I said about you're not in danger of falling. Your hands clasp. Your hands clasp. Ren, you fall into the hole. And you are hanging several hundred feet off of the ground in, like, the darkness of the Bass Pro Pyramid, just, like, extending underneath you. So far down that you can't really see the bottom. And you are holding on with, like, one arm. Each of you has a weapon or are holding weapons with your other hand. If you want to save, Ren, if you want to like help Anne pull you up, you're gonna have to let go of the bat. And if you want to pull Ren up, you're gonna have to let go of the duffel bag.
I don't have to drop it down the hole, do I? Like, I could just
You are
leave it
on a
behind me.
canted angle. You drop it, that thing's going all the way down to the base. You're not gonna lose it forever, but getting back up the pyramid after trying to go get that bag, it's probably gonna take you a while.
You can't take my grenade launcher away. I just got it.
Tell you what, this is what I'll do.
No,
Ren,
I'm
if
fine,
you
I'm
let go of
kidding,
your
I'm
bat,
kidding.
Anne doesn't have to let go of the bag. But if Ren doesn't let go of the bat, Anne, you're gonna have to let go of the bag.
I don't want to make Ren get rid of it.
So you're gonna get rid of your grenade launcher?
They're about to go into a sporting goods store. I'm pretty sure Ben can Ren can find another bat or golf club or some sort of heavy object that they can use to smack someone over the head. And they still have a pocket knife that does 1 harm. Boy, I miss Apophysis 4 harm. And they're going to drop that bat because they would prefer to survive.
Sure. Yeah, you drop the bat and you grasp onto with both arms and you're able to pull yourself back up. In the kind of like the 30 seconds that it takes you to get back over the hole, you hear the ping, 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 ping of your bat down in the distance below as it just fell several hundred feet. It's very crazy, Ren. As your adrenaline has been pumping, you lie on the 45-degree angle of this pyramid and you look up and you see like where the tip would be, and you see inverted above it a red pyramid of the equal size, and you blink and suddenly it's gone, and your headache begins to kind of like needle back in. This time it's exceptionally painful. And you watch as Ren's eyes, like, they were normal brown with normal like white sclera. You watch as red begins to bleed out from the irises and completely cover the sclera. As Ren, you go into another vision. Let me pull this up.
I love it when this happens. It's always really fun, and it's always provides such great help. Such a good sign. It's always great when your eyeballs start to bleed.
Yeah, totally fine. Nothing to worry about. Not at all.
Your
I mean,
vision,
listen, when I go
your
to Memphis,
vision
my eyes-
goes red, and you enter into an action sequence. You see Apophysis' dark red hands cracking stone, cracking wood. splinters everywhere, debris everywhere. You watch as they raise up two hands, grab the arm of a construct holding an axe, and cracks it in half. As the arm is thrown away, you watch these two powerful hands dig themselves into the chest of Bertilak and crack open his armor and chest, pushing him backwards. You watch the turquoise energy beginning to flow out as he falls into Clark's arms.
Yes, mate.
Find it. Find it and find home. Quickly.
Hey, that's not
Something is
good.
without you.
You need to get out of here.
Can
Must be
Ren do
both of us,
anything?
You
Or
have
is
never
Ren just
failed me
watching this
before.
from
I have
the
faith in
point
you.
of view
Get
of
out
Memphis?
now.
There's nothing you can do as Clark's wings fling out and he dashes out, only to see Apophis' hand reach out and crush his legs. You see him grimace in pain as in the background, the last of the light leaves Birdie's eyes. And your vision goes black as you just hear these disembodied voices yell, "Hidden! It's hidden! You must find it!" And we're gonna take our 15-minute break.
I knew you were gonna say.
Saul, hey
Me too.
Saul, hey buddy, hey friend, hey fam, hey, you can't just do that, fam. Hey, you can't just do this to me.
So
Hey,
we'll see you in
said
15
you wanted
minutes.
to do.
It's gonna be
Hey,
around
I can't believe-
9:18.
guys, I can't believe you would do this.
Oh, fuck.
Ow!
What was that?
I don't know what that was. Was that me?
Go take a walk, use the restroom, get a drink of water, get your snack break, and we'll be back in 15 minutes.
Ow!
Bye.
I am so mad at you right
No,
now. You don't
my
even
ears hurt.
understand.
My name is Dr. Alexander Rose, and as hard as it may be to believe, I am a vampire. Well, at least partly. I don't even truly remember how this came about. You see, I had a problem with certain controlled substances. I was a user. I also gave freely out of the pharmacy connected to my clinic. There were many that I shared with. All of this culminated with one night, one bite, and my life changed forever. I'm now hunting for my sire, the one who turned me into this, and for any knowledge on my unique condition while trying to fix the life that I found myself in. I fight the urges. I work to try and make the world now a safer place for those like I once was, and for those like I am now. To prove my humanity remains, and that I'm more than monstrous.
My name is Anne Darelay, and it's lovely to meet you. For the bulk of my career, I've been a dating coach. This has been a bit contentious for my parents, who think that there are more respectable paths for me to take. What's important to me is that I'm helping people. That's not what got me to where I am now. One day, I stirred from a nap with a message from an unseen deity looping through my head. The apocalypse is coming, it said, and it is your duty to ensure it comes to pass. Something inside me had woken up. As silly as it sounds, I had powers. A year has passed, and I'm no closer to learning the origin of these powers, or bringing about the end of days at that, but I've still found a way to put them to good use. If you ask politely, I'll still give you tips on flirting with a beautiful stranger at the bar. But if they turn out to be a shapeshifter, then I'll be the one to take them out.
I am the head of Apophis, the Egyptian snake god prophesied to swallow the sun and bring about the end of the world. I was summoned from my slumber about 20 years ago by a group who didn't understand the weight of their actions, by a group that failed to acknowledge my power. And so I was split. I should have been risen as a horrifying, monstrous snake, large enough to swallow the sun, but instead I'm just the head of one. As I wondered, contemplating the life I now had before me, this form couldn't bring her about the end of days, I began to appreciate the world around me and see what it had to offer. The apocalypse is my destiny, but I'm not sure it's the future I really want.
Huh? Oh, hi! I'm Cassie, and I'm dead. Well, okay, not really dead. Anymore. I think. It's a long story. A longer story than I really have time for right now. I've got something cooking, so just a quick introduction. And then I really need to go. What is there to tell, though? I died for a while. How I died is... it's unimportant. The important part is that my brother Alex and his friends brought me back. And when I got back, things were different. I think I'm a bit taller, I've got quite the appetite. Oh, and I can use magic. Maybe I should have led with that, huh? Well, I got there eventually. Now, I've joined up with the group, and I'm doing everything in my power to be a part of them. It's a long road, I know, but the world needs saving. And if I can help to keep it safe, then I have to at least try. I may not have full control of my power yet, but what's a little bit of chaos if it means saving the world, right? Right?
Yeah, I'll have the Zack Attack, the pancake, and the possum milk, please. Thank you. Oh, jeez. I didn't see you there. Hold on. Let's walk and talk. Anyway, my name is Chuck Duval. or you may know me by my old title, the Silencer. I was an assassin, hired killer type. Would take anyone out for the right price, really, but, you know, like anyone, I've made mistakes, broken promises, I've got deep regret and all that, but not much time left to, stand around moping. But I'm trying to move on, be better, and who knows, maybe I can silence a few no-good lowlives on my way out. Oh dang, they forgot my pancake.
1 second, folks. Recalibrating the sonic rifle. Almost there. Hot damn! Oh, shit. Oh, I apologize. Let me introduce myself. My name is Theodore Ulysses Franklin. You can call me Teddy. Born in good old San Antonio, Texas, back in 1959. My mama was Mexican, my daddy a cow rancher, and sí, hablo español. After graduating from MIT with various degrees, I delved into some of the fringe sciences. There, I discovered the existence of the supernatural, and I realized my purpose: researching the unexplained and protecting normal folks from the terrors in the dark. My savings went into building Old Tex, my mobile base of operations, out of the scraps of a 442 Atlantic steam locomotive. Old Tex and I travel across the country, fighting monsters, protecting people, and riding the rails.
we are.
Thank you, everyone who's
And
stuck.
everything's good.
I don't know if anybody has any snack checks, but I had pizza during my break. I scarfed it down very quickly.
What kind of pizza?
Just pepperoni pizza.
Okay.
The classic.
Chocolate graham cracker bears.
Nice.
Chocolate Teddy Grahams is what they're called, but they're like the Aldi brand.
Gotcha.
Much like Alex, I'm not allowed to eat anything right now because the video told me that if I eat something with these teeth in, I might swallow them, and passing them is painful.
Yikes, yeah. Cyber Goji in chat says that they've got some flaming hot Cheetos.
Oh yeah. You should, if you have access, you should do what my sister loves to do with her hot Cheetos, which is put some lime juice on them herself.
What?
If you've got,
Yep.
if you've got,
Anyway, we here at TurnTables RPG do support and endorse Cheetos, especially eating Cheetos around Soul. So please, if you have Cheetos, please eat them around Soul and touch
Oh my God.
all of him with your fingies.
you just put,
Yes,
pull
and
that
for
out of the
every
vault
person
of my
who does
brain
that,
right
I
there.
kill a guest character on this show.
All right, well, you've already killed
Perfect.
2, so we have a bank of
Yeah, you have none.
2 Cheetos.
Aren't we all guest
Um,
characters in the end?
My snack today is these bars made of fig. Brain work. Ouchie. And I have 3 beverages because I never have less than 2 beverages around me at all times. I have a LaCroix. I have a foamed milk because I'm a child, and I have water.
Delicious.
Can someone clip Masha pronouncing LaCroix?
It's how do you pronounce it?
Just
How
say
do you...
whatever you say. Just say it with confidence.
I think I prefer to say things with a complete lack of confidence.
That tracks,
and
actually.
Bartleby is saying that they put an image of their snack.
Is it in the Discord? Yes, it is in the Discord.
I just want to see what it is. Oh, I forgot to do Taco Tuesday today. Damn it. Oh well.
Nice.
Well, that looks delicious, Bartleby. Join our Discord if you haven't already, so that you can look at Bartleby's delicious food.
Yes. The link is in the Twitch description below with all the rest of the social media. You can just click on it and it'll take you to the Discord. Let's see. Okay. So, Ren. The last thing you remember before your vision going black from this, like, you may not have any context for who Birdie and Clark were, but gruesome enough as it was, like, you still felt like horror and like sickness of like how terrible it was to watch that, to witness that, and not have the power to do anything. The last thing you remember before your vision goes black is a solid red door in the background of the room. It's like maybe 10 feet by 10 feet, and on it, carved in black, is the Eye of Horus. However, it looks as though that it has been like scratched out by large kind of like, clawed hands, desecrated essentially. But that sticks out to you. That's like the last image you think of in your mind before you come back into consciousness, breathing heavy on the glass of the glass pyramid.
Hey, y'all have weird friends, right? Like maybe a fairy and a tree man? Tree person? Please say no.
Is really dangling over this hole?
No,
Did I manage to pull them back?
Yeah, y'all managed to pull them out. It was when they got
Okay,
pulled
alright.
out that they had this vision.
Got it. Okay.
Got it.
For the time being, no one is in danger of the glass breaking.
All right. I have a very good friend who is Gary Oldman.
Okay, well, this wasn't Gary Oldman. Like a big
good.
tree person and like a fairy, I guess. Please say you don't know them. Please say you don't know them. Please say you don't know them.
I don't like the fact that you're telling us to say we don't know them, because we do know them.
Cool. I think they're in very bad danger, if not, sort of already dead. I think Apophis may have killed them. We should probably get going.
Where? Where?
I have no idea. There's like another pyramid on top of this one, but inverted, and also there's a door with the Eye of Horus on it, and I don't know what I'm I don't know where any of this is, and I have to find it. Maybe in the pyramid. I'm still not sure. It's not like I have a sense of direction, but sometimes I just see through his eyes, and he was picking shit out of your friends and sort of maybe kind of killed them. And I don't know if these visions are from the future or from the past or from the present, and I'm scared and I feel bad because even though I know I'm...
Breathe. Breathe.
Okay.
Breathe. Now speak.
I don't know where they are. There's an inverted pyramid on top of this one, I guess. That's some sort of phantom pyramid or something. It's also... Stuff is hidden, and I have to find it. I don't know where I'm supposed to go. There's a room with the Eye of Horus on it, but that's, like, inside the room is where Apophis is, and I don't think he is himself, or whatever. I don't think he's in control, really. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's going on. But I think your friends may have been /are/were in danger. And I think probably time is of the essence here.
It always was. I guess now we have even more things to worry about.
Yeah. Apophis took these dudes out without
Alex,
like...
go ahead and read me a bad situation.
All right. That is 7.
A 7?
Yeah.
Okay, so you get to hold 1. What's my best way in? What's my best way out? Are there any dangers we haven't noticed? What's the biggest threat? What's most vulnerable to me? What's the best way to protect the victims?
I mean, I guess at this point, what's my best way in is probably the best question, because I feel like that's all we need to do. Right?
Sure. As you look up into the sky where Ren is saying the pyramid is, you see nothing. There's like, you see the eye of the storm and like the huge like cyclone like spinning around you, but you don't see anything there. And then the inside pocket of your coat begins to like grow warm.
I pull out the feather.
As your grip surrounds the feather and you pull it out, you're almost as if it's being carved out of the sky by sand. The incorporeal red aura of a giant pyramid inverted stands right there, exactly the same size as the pyramid of the Bass Pro Shop, and you see right at where the points meet, there is a purple and red portal just swirling with sand.
I hate portals.
We going in that? Going through that?
Alex
portal?
is the only one who sees the portal.
Oh, psych. Psych.
What portal?
There's a portal that I'm assuming connects the two. and he starts walking toward it.
Okay.
Just so that they can kind of get an idea of where this portal is.
Sure. Yeah, you get to it pretty easily. Like sometimes there's like a couple cracks of glass, but for the most part, it seems as though the main kind of like weakening of the glass pyramid has ended. And so you get to the top. Up there's not really like a place where you can like stand very easily. So you're gonna have to like drop down to one knee, but you're essentially standing right in front of the portal. And strangely enough, as you get to the point, you actually feel like a wind kind of like gently pulling you towards it. It's not pulling you in, but you feel as though if you had gotten to the point without the feather, you would have felt the same sensation.
He gestures toward where the portal is and says, "There is some kind of portal here. I think that the feather is allowing me to see it." I don't think that we really have an option.
I mean, I'm not looking forward to leaving my bat behind, but
What's everyone doing?
walking up towards Alex.
Yeah, I am just completely quietly walking up to Alex.
Okay. As you all begin to gather at the tip, your combined weight begins to shift the glass. Are you stepping through the portal?
Go.
No time like the present.
I think Ren is going to wait until at least 2 people have gone through the portal before they go through.
Cassie's the
Oh,
first
I
one
see.
through.
Okay. Cassie goes through. Who's next?
What does it look like when she goes through?
Who's going next?
I think she means does she just disappear into thin air?
That's
Because
correct.
They can't see the portal.
That's right.
Okay.
She steps just like into nothing.
Oh, fuck. Okay. Anne will step through.
Okay.
Ren will follow Anne.
Okay.
Talk about the symphony, and Alex steps through.
Teddy looks at Chuck. I guess this is it.
Yeah, I guess so. Gosh.
Teddy steps through, leaving Chuck by himself at the top of the pyramid.
Cool. Yeah, I guess Chuck starts to step through.
Okay. You all step through the portal, and you all enter a dark, torch-lit space. Cassie, you are by yourself, and you are standing in the middle of a long stone hallway stretching out on both directions. There are hieroglyphs on the wall and torches that give you some light, but you are by yourself. Alex, Ren, and Anne, the 3 of you step out,
Oh, fuck.
and you step into somewhat of a larger space. It seems as though it's almost kind of like an intermediary hallway. And right in front of you, there are 2 Elapids. They're staring up at this metal vent that stretches on the top of the ceiling and it kind of like goes into the stone walls on either side, except there's one huge segment that's been like knocked out and is like lying on the floor, and they have like a small step stool and they have some tools, and they're like in the process of screwing in this new vent, and they're just kind of like bickering to each other about whose responsibility it is to be doing this. And one of them's like, "No, Seth, okay? I did it last time. It's your turn to screw in the vent, okay? I took care of the plumbing issue 2 weeks ago. It's your time to do the vent. Do you say, hey?
It's my turn to screw in the vent.
Lewd.
As Anne says this, the
No,
two of
Anne
them like
doesn't
look
say it.
back
Anne
and they're
doesn't
like,
say it.
what?
Masha, this is Anne.
If you're wearing the sunglasses, you're Anne. But
There's
and
plumbing in it.
Chuck and Teddy come out, and they are kind of like in the shadow of a corner. And the two of them quickly duck down, and you see in front of you there is a like almost like cafeteria like double doors, and you watch two Elapids kind of like walk out, and the door kind of like swings, and inside you can see that there is a control room, walls of monitors, and like a, from what you can see, it almost looks like a computer table, except it's made out of stone, before the door closes. So we'll start with the solo team member. Cassie, what are you doing?
Picking a direction and walking, I suppose. Like, she would probably wait there for a moment to see if anybody else shows up.
Mm-hmm.
But when no one does, she's going to kind of guess that something happened and they're not coming. So she's going to start walking down this hallway filled with hieroglyphs.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me read a bad situation.
Okay. Well, I don't think she's going to find much out. Actually, she is, because of something else. Let's see. Well, that's a 7.
Mm-hmm.
And Cassie has a move called Third Eye. When you read a bad situation, you can open your third eye for a moment and take in information. Take +1 hold on any result of 7 or more, plus you can see invisible things. On a miss, you can still hold 1, but you're exposed to supernatural danger, because unfiltered, hidden reality is rough on the mind. But that was a 7, so I think it gives her 2 then, instead of the 1.
Okay. So then that's an 8? Or, I'm sorry, that's 2 hold.
Yeah, that's 2 hold. Yeah.
Gotcha.
It's still a 7. She just gets an extra hold because she's opening her third eye.
Yeah. Okay, tell me what it looks like when she opens her third eye.
She closes her 2 eyes, her first eye and second eye, I guess, and on her forehead, a light begins to glow, and it appears as a closed eye that then opens, like it's like the
All-seeing
in
eye?
the Legend of Zelda.
Oh, gotcha.
Like in the Legend of Zelda, they have like the eyes that you can shoot with the arrows or the slingshots or whatever.
Yeah.
They open and close. It's like that on her, but on her forehead.
Gotcha. So she's a Legend of Zelda villain, is what you're saying? Because
maybe
you have to hit it with an arrow to, anyway. So you can see invisible things.
Yes.
Funny enough, when Cassie opens up her third eye, she sees that there is a trail of red energy leaving her gem and kind of like weaving down the hallway and turning a left. And there's just every once in a while there's this like small red pulse of light that just kind of like runs down it, just like every couple of seconds. You still have your 2 holds.
Hold 1. Are there any dangers we haven't noticed?
So, I don't believe anyone else has been inside the headquarters except for Anne.
Correct.
Right. So, Cassie, as you're walking and you're following this trail of light, you begin to see like all the hieroglyphs, and whether it's a symbol or like a person, their eyes follow you. And there's like, you hear a sound of like peeling sandpaper. You turn around, there's nothing there.
Neat.
And then you watch as you're staring behind you in the hallway. Suddenly, as if they were a 2D figure standing to the side, a hieroglyphic warrior flips out for you, holding a khopesh and a whip in one hand. And you see them, they stand out, and then they turn flat again. And I'm gonna need you to roll me act under pressure.
It's even more Legend of Zelda. Okay.
BRB, I have to Google Khopesh every time someone says it because I always forget what it looks like. Spoiler alert, it's really cool.
That is 10 for her.
Okay, yeah. You hear the crack of a whip, but Cassie manages to roll to the side, narrowly avoiding the hit from the whip. You get the sense that the creature is gaining on you, and it does have a reach weapon.
A reach weapon.
Mm-hmm.
See. Only she had a reach weapon. What is most vulnerable to me?
You begin to back away, trying to put distance between you and this creature. And, you pass. It's a very weird moment because the torches on the wall made it seem as though this area is completely just like ancient. But then you begin to notice the metal air vents, the light fixtures. You pass by a corner and you see that embedded into one of the walls, there's like a drinking fountain. And you get the sense that this space is a combination of modern and ancient. So, and you are a creature of magic. So, everything is vulnerable to your imagination.
Yeah, it is. And oh boy, does she have quite the imagination. But the first thing she needs to take care of is this thing that's following her. Now, does it still look like it's made of like sandstone, or?
It looks like it was a hieroglyph that peeled itself off the wall.
So it's like
it is
the
textured.
SpongeBob thing?
It is textured.
What's his name?
Doodle Bob. Mm-hmm.
Is it Bob?
It's very similar to Doodle Bob, in the sense that it's
Alright.
a 2D creature in a 3D world. Yes.
Okay. Then and like, what does it look like it's made out of? I guess is the better question.
Yeah. No. I mean, it still looks like it's made of stone, but it's like very granular. It's like the top layer like peeled itself off.
Sandstone, right?
Yes.
She's gonna keep walking a little bit down the hallway, and as it grows closer, she's gonna blast the water fountain with lightning.
Okay.
To try and get it to start spraying water on this thing as it walks past.
Cool. Let's see here. Do you want that to be like do one thing that is beyond human limitations?
Sure. That'll be fine.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and roll use magic.
That sounds good. Okay. That's a 9.
Okay. So on a 9, it works imperfectly. Choose your effect and a glitch. The keeper will decide what effect the glitch has.
So you know the effect. The glitch is I'm going to say it has a problematic side effect.
Okay. Yeah, okay. It's Monster of the Week. Just for everyone to understand, this actually doesn't happen in real life. You only ever see it in the movies. It's not real. So, you shoot the lightning and it hits the water fountain and you watch this gush of water almost like a sand blower, just or I guess it's a leaf blower, but essentially washes away this 2D figure. And you watch it kind of the water become colored on the ground as it sprays away. However, the lightning has exposed some wiring and a small fire has burst into flame. And the smoke sets off the fire alarm, and the sprinklers, all of them go off at once. And you hear within some chambers down the hallways people exclaim and the sound of doors opening. In real life, only the one that's closest to the fire goes off, not all the rest. Just as everyone, so that everyone knows.
Yeah, I see. I thought you were saying this doesn't happen in real life. People don't actually shoot lightning. In which case, I was going to say, technically true, Saul. I
mean, if you try hard enough, I can't stop you.
Physics can. Anyways, okay, from every direction.
Yeah, you're currently standing in the crossroads of two hallways, and you can hear a shit ton of people beginning to leave their rooms.
Well, this is a vent, right?
Yes, there are vents.
All right, it's gonna be real sus. So Cassie's gonna vent.
Okay, right on.
Did someone say Among Us? So funny.
Cassie, as you begin to try and get through into the vent, we'll go ahead and cut to Ren, Anne, and Alex. So
good, I get to take a break.
The two Elipids, I guess, still have not noticed your presence since nobody said anything, even though Anne could have made an innuendo joke. And
she made it on the inside.
You see that the one guy who's standing on the ground is yelling at Seth, who's putting back the vent. And he's not helping at all. He's just kind of pointing and just kind of has that manager pose of do it better. And I'm not gonna help you. So, what are y'all doing?
Alex looks to make eye contact with both of them.
Ren also looks to make eye contact, and then mine's stabbing them.
Just do the same.
And then I guess meets eyes with Anne, who is also doing a stabbing motion.
Then both of us simultaneously turn to look at Alex. What's Alex's response?
Alex is just looking back and forth between both of you, okay.
And Ren puts their hand up and goes silently goes 3, 2, 1, and then rushes forward with a knife to the one on the ground.
When did Ren get a knife?
Ren has a pocket knife.
Okay.
It's a pocket knife, so it does 1 harm, but they have a pocket knife.
Were y'all planning it? Were y'all trying to do this simultaneously?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think Anne would also be doing something simultaneously. I just didn't want to interrupt Ren's actions.
Either one of you, not the both of you, but either one of you, roll me act under pressure. With a +1 because they don't see you.
All right, what's your cool?
You know that doesn't matter with my rolls, right?
I haven't been rolling much better.
I have 3 cool.
You should try, because I've got 2.
Trey cool.
So you would need to get...
Can we scrub
Just
that from
you
the
lost
screen?
all your 3. You're cool. You have a +0 now.
Alright. Wow, I can see so much better without the sunglasses. Or I can actually see like details on people's faces. All right.
Put
Crazy how
sunglasses
that
back
is.
on.
Look, well, come on. When the sunglasses are on, I'm Anne, so I have to be Anne right now. Fuck me. No, we're good. That's an 8. I mean, we're okay.
Okay.
Well, I rolled a 5, and then I remembered I had a +3, so it's chill.
Yeah. What are you stabbing them with?
Oh, I have a big knife.
How much harm does that do?
1.
Okay, cool.
Look, man, I don't want to fire a gun in here.
No,
It's
no,
too bad.
I understand, and you know, I understand your reasoning, and I agree with it. Who's stabbing who? Are the two of you going for this douche on the ground, or are any of you going for Seth? Like, what's going on?
Be going for the dude on the ground because, yeah,
So,
he's a dick.
mhm.
Is the dude in the air like on a step ladder or something?
Yes, he's on a step ladder. Yes.
Red is going for like the ankle or the back of the knee or
Jesus,
something.
Okay, right on. Yeah, so you know, with an 8, there's a price to pay. The two of you rush forward, and Ren, you stab the calf of Seth. You stab
Blech.
Seth's calf, and immediately he just exclaims like, "Oh, what the fuck!" And where were you trying to stab this guy on the ground?
When you say on the ground, he's not like
He's not on a ladder.
crawling on the ground. He's
No,
just
he's
like
just
standing,
standing,
but
yeah.
on the ground. Okay.
To differentiate, Seth's on the step ladder, and the other guy's just on the ground.
You know, I think that's somewhere between Ren and I, like, making stabbing motions simultaneously. We were, like, one of us, like, pointed to, like, a leg, and we were like, yeah, like, stabbing the leg. So I think I would also be going for the guy on the ground's leg, like, lower leg.
Okay, so you're kind of like
Perhaps
ducking down.
Ducking down, doing a little slice and dice.
Yeah.
I have something pointy. I can't show pointy on Twitch.
Okay. So
I've got a pencil. Slice and dice.
yeah. So yeah, with probably a lot less finesse, Ren, you run up and you stab Seth in the calf, and you get down on like one knee and you like slice essentially the upper Achilles tendon of this man, and the two exclaim in pain. It's not like one harm is not enough to hurt these guys, so they're just now like yelling in pain down this stone hallway. They're like, "Oh, what the fuck?" And then they look at the two of you and they're like, and you see that they're about to like yell for help.
Hey,
Yeah,
would you
I am-
say?
Go
Would
for
you
it.
say that was charging into immediate danger without hedging your bets?
You know, yes, I would say yes.
So I forgot I have new moves now,
Mhm.
including the mundane move called What Could Go Wrong. Whenever you charge into immediate danger without hedging your bets, hold 2. You may spend your hold to inflict 1 harm, reduce someone's harm suffered by 1, or take +2 forward on an act under pressure roll. I would like to use one of my holds right now to inflict another harm.
Okay.
So
Yeah. So Ren, what could go wrong? Stabbing Seth's calf. You stab into the calf, and then you pull out, and you stab again. That's the second amount of harm, and this time this causes Seth to like fall off the step ladder and like hit his head on the ground, and you don't see Seth move anymore.
Oh fuck.
Yeah. Strangely enough, you also see, a card, like a birthday card, kind of like fall out of Seth's pocket, and it just says, "Happy first day, Seth."
oh no!
Fuck you, Saul. Why do you have to do that?
It was one day till retirement. Ugh.
Yeah, I was expecting it to be a retirement card.
And but yes, Seth has been neutralized. What is
Be dead.
And what are you doing as this other Elapid, it kind of like realizes his backup is gone?
Yeah, I am going to immediately, like, try to cover his mouth with my hand, to keep him quiet.
Okay.
I don't want him calling for backup. Thank you, Democracy. That's not how I pronounce your name, I bet.
Democracy.
Thank you for coming. And now you're gonna leave.
Thanks, Demo.
Chari.
Yes,
Thank you
right.
for enjoying my steak cosplay.
It's so good.
It took me 10 hours to build it, and then a few hours to paint, so...
It is true. I have had to practice his name several times in the privacy of my own home. So, Anna, go ahead and roll me act under pressure, because you're trying to grab onto this guy who's, like, actively aggressive towards you.
You got him. That is a basic math. 5 plus 6 is 11.
Okay.
Plus 3 is 14.
Yes. Yeah, this guy's, like, you realize that a lot of the bulk that he looked like is just the robe. You, like, wrap your arms around and, like, cover his mouth, and he's like a scarecrow underneath. And you just kind of, like, paint him with your hand, kind of like, over his mouth. It is not that hard.
Is he actually a scarecrow underneath?
No, he's just super thin. That's the I meant.
Okay. Yeah. Man, I don't know with these magicians. Okay, they could be anything. So I just had to ask, like, you touch him and he turns to hay? What? Cool. Yeah, I'm just gonna be like, Alex, Ren, get fucking now.
Ren's gonna mime stabbing again, and then look at him.
Well, because he's still alive, right?
Yes, he's still alive. You're just like, he's just like his Achilles tendon was just cut, and then this woman now has him essentially like in a
Why are you making me feel bad?
It's fun to make these like goons seem like actual human beings.
I mean, they are actual human beings, technically.
Exactly.
As far as we know.
So,
Alex is gonna like kind of roll his eyes and step forward, and like while Anne has him there, he's going to remove his mask, flash his fangs, and say, "Scream, and I will rip your throat out myself and feast on your lifeblood. Do you understand?"
Shit. Okay. Go ahead and roll manipulate someone with a +1.
All right. All right. Let's see. So that is 8 plus my weird 3, 9, 10, 11. And you said +1, right?
That's correct.
That's 12. And I have advanced manipulate someone.
Yeah, you do.
Nice.
How you gonna handle that, Saul?
You make this person your ally, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You see, immediately he like looks at your fangs and just kind of like, you see his like pupils dilate in fear, and he just kind of like he like nods, like Anne is still covering his mouth, so he just like nods in ascension of like, I won't scream.
He nods to Anne.
I am going to very gently take my hand away, but I am ready to throw it back at any moment.
Okay, but please don't kill me, okay? And he just kind of like, his eyes keep like darting to Seth's body on the ground, and he's like, holy shit, it's you guys. I'll do anything. Please just don't kill me.
We will see what you have to offer.
I literally anything. I don't want to end up like that guy with the bullet in his face. That was y'all, right?
Yeah, there's one of us.
What?
Technically, it wasn't me at all, so I got off scot-free.
He looks at you, Ren, and he says, You're not in the file. Are you new?
Don't answer that question, Ren.
Okay, I will not answer that
I'm
question.
just asking. I was just asking.
You don't get to ask the questions here, my guy. You saw what just happened to your friend.
I mean, yes. Also, I feel like I'm owed some questions since I'm gonna have to walk with a limp my entire life now.
There's like
very
surgery and stuff.
You also joined the death cult.
Yeah, can you explain that to me a little bit? Just a moment. You knew that your compatriots died a gruesome death and yet you stayed? What, do they give you good insurance? Do you get free baseball tickets? What the fuck, my guy?
I mean, the dental's pretty good, but I stay because otherwise I don't have anything else. Okay? And he kind of like, he looks at Alex and he's like, I was like you.
You mean like me?
And you see that he opens his mouth, but he has no fangs. He just like touches the parts where his fangs were.
Those are teeth.
Yeah.
Those are normal teeth.
Yeah. And he like looks at Alex and he says, the dental's pretty good.
Anne just gives Alex this like really ridiculous look. She's just like, what the fuck is this guy on about?
They cured it?
I mean, I was skeptical about it at first too, but I mean, I signed up, I sat down in a chair, their magicians came in, did some voodoo hoodoo stuff, and I'm good. I don't feed on anything. I don't feel hungry anymore.
Hey, Keeper.
Yes.
Is this man lying?
What he's telling you, he believes to be the truth.
Okay.
Alex just kind of shakes his head. Normally when something seems too good to be true, it is.
I don't know what to tell you, man. And he just kind of like holds up his hands and he says, you have me here now. What are you gonna let me go now? I've given you some answers.
No.
What is
you
this
haven't.
place?
And he kind of like gestures around and he says, it's a bit complicated. Do you mean the pyramid or the world that we're in?
Yes.
Okay. Right now, okay. So imagine that there's like a second skin over the whole world, and it's in a space in which only gods and magicians can walk in. It's the Duat. It's like the Nether realm. It's a space between worlds, and there's a copy of everything mirrored in this world that there is in the material world. And so the Duat translates the Bass Pro Shop, the fucking Bass Pro Shop, as a pyramid. And so we're in the Duat's reflection of that.
So this is just Symphony of the...
Are people and creatures reflected too? Is there a second me in here?
It's kind of different because we are within this space. Maybe somewhere out there's one of you, maybe like a copy of you, but otherwise, we are here in this space. Your copy's not here with you. Like it's a mirror of the world, but objects still move, people still move. Obviously the pyramid doesn't move, so that's why it's in this spot all the time.
I get it.
I get it, but why? What? This is... honestly not that hard to contend with after everything that
I
I've
mean-
already seen.
I don't know.
Gods and magicians.
The elder found it after the first try, and it's worked pretty well. Nobody's been able to, break in except for you. And he gestures to Anne.
Well, surprise.
Yeah. Haha on us.
Yeah. Speaking of breaking in, 2 others. A tree man and a fairy. You know anything about them?
Oh, yeah. And he kind of points to the vent, and he was like, we were chasing them for like 2 days in the maze of this whole place. And then we managed to narrow it down to this vent, but they ended up just falling right in the hands of the elder and, the Lord Apophis.
What happened?
I mean, he kind of like raises his hands. He's like, they don't tell us everything. We just know that they went off with our Lord Apophis.
Are there windows in this corridor?
Say that again, Morse.
Are there windows in this corridor?
No. It is just, it's stone with hieroglyphs on the wall, torches, but it's like you're like in the L corner of 2 different hallways, and this is kind of like a carved out section. So it's like, yeah.
Right. Okay.
Where the storm outside is the doing of the elder.
Yes.
Where does he keep the book?
On him at all times. I've even seen him go into the bathroom with it.
I don't want to know why you watched him going to the bathroom.
Guard
Yeah,
duty.
that's gross.
Yeah, your duty is to is to watch him duty. Got it. And where's Apophis?
I mean, we don't really know. Like, I mean, most of the time you can find them with the elder, but otherwise they just kind of stand in the ritual room doing nothing.
The ritual room, and that is
4th floor, big hangar.
Does it have a large Eye of Horus on the door by any chance?
And he kind of like looks at you suspiciously and he says, I mean, it did. It's kind of scratched up now, but yeah, 2 of the openings have that eye on it.
We have to get there. That's where your friends were, and that's where Apophis was.
and the elder is typically there as well.
I mean, we don't have a bell on him, and he just kind of, especially here in the base, like there's no, and he kind of like pauses for a moment, and he like actually looks at you, Ren, and he's like, "Wait, your friends are in the ritual room?"
I don't know. I don't know where I don't have any friends. Most of my friends are here. I don't know where some of the others went. I think most of my friends are here.
That's weird.
Quite sure if I have friends yet.
Why is that weird?
I mean, there's not really a reason why he would, the elder would take them to the ritual room. Like they're not of use. They would probably just sit in the cells.
I mean, we can cross that bridge when we get to it, I guess. I feel like we should head out.
I mean, I'm happy to take you. It's just gonna be kind of slow because, and he points to the bleeding foot.
I can carry you. It's fine.
Okay.
Just how nonchalant this guy is my favorite. He's just like, yeah, right. Yeah, sure. Might as well be.
It seems as though y'all aren't planning on killing him, so he has calmed down a lot.
Yeah.
As you all kind of get adjusted with that, and Anne hosts this guy who introduces himself as Keith.
Keith follows me. This guy again.
We cut
What's
to
wrong with Keith?
we cut to Teddy and Chuck. But Dustin, if you want to talk about how much you hate Keith.
Keith was the guy from the Jurassic Park. He was my character's rival in Jurassic Park thing.
I see.
Yeah.
It's just it's a visceral name. It's one of those visceral names that everyone.
It's
like
continuity.
Yeah.
It's truly it makes you think about how expanded our universe is.
Now, here's the
That
thing about it.
multiple people are named Keith.
I'm gonna reveal something to you all today.
Your name's Keith.
Your middle name's Keith.
My middle name is Keith.
Damn. Yes.
Okay.
My middle name is Keith, and my dad's name is in fact Keith. So,
Dang.
Really?
Shout out to Keith.
yes.
Shout out to Keith.
Shout
out to
Keith.
Keith
Thanks-
on
thanks
Great
for
British
providing
Pottery
Dustin.
Show. That's his name.
Dustin, you're the best Keith I know.
Yeah. Well, don't call me Keith.
Okay.
Okay, Keith.
So-
Keith is my father, please.
Please.
So Chuck and
Cool.
Teddy.
Yep, that's me.
Teddy kind of like looks over at Chuck and he says, why I was stuck on Keith. Why is there a control room inside of a pyramid?
I don't know, maybe they need control, I assume, for the light system. You need some kind of power supply,
That's fair. We should probably.
Or if they have computers, and there might be servers in there.
That's true. We should try and get in there, because
I guess if you want to.
I mean, I just don't know how many there are in there.
Did I get a glance of any people in there, or is there a window on the door, or is it just...
There is a window on the door if you want to try and
Okay.
creep up and look through.
Okay, Chuck's gonna go
All right, go ahead and roll me read a bad situation.
Okay, I rolled a 3 and a 2, and read a bad situation. I have a +2, so that's a 5, 6, 7, and that's it. That's a 7.
Okay, so you get to hold 1. What's my best way in? What's my best way out? Are there any dangers we haven't noticed? What's the biggest threat? What's most vulnerable to me? What's the best way to protect the victims?
I guess. What's the biggest threat?
It's a good question. You watch through the window as some of the Elapids are kind of walking. So you get a good look at the control room. It's like a pretty large kind of 50-foot by 50-foot space. One side is just all monitors with that stone plinth of a computer desk essentially. There are also somewhat on the sides. There are other computers that are just sitting on normal tables, and Elapid sitting on rolly chairs. It really just kind of looks like a control center. However, on the ground, on the floor of this control center, for a large space of maybe 30 feet by 30 feet, it's grated. It's just several grates, kind of grate tiles, kind of put together. And you watch two of the Elapids walk across, and one of them has kind of this it's a meat hook essentially, and they take the meat hook and they hook it into one of their grates and pop it open, and the other one like carrying this essentially like almost like a trash can kind of like dumps a crap ton of just like bloody meat into the grates below, and then they quickly put the grate back on and step away as like all the grates kind of like begin to kind of like pop in places, and like, you know, like it's something underneath is like rattling.
Okay, so they got some animals penned up in there. That seems to be a problem. But besides that, how many? There seem to be a lot of guys in there.
Yeah, there was like maybe five Elapids.
So about 5 Elapids and a undetermined amount of mysterious beasts who do eat bloody flesh. So,
I mean, we could try and kind of we could try and lure them out.
okay, we could. The beasts or the people?
The people, definitely the people.
Okay. Okay, preferred. Okay. Cool. I guess. Do you want me to just start making noise or be like, help?
No. We're gonna go hide
My
back at
old
that
man
corner.
has died of a heart attack. Oh no.
He's like, we're gonna go back behind that corner, and I'm gonna. And you see him pull out a kind of like one of those wind-up set of teeth. And he kind of like puts it down to the ground and begins to like wind it up, and he's like, when I let go of this, we gotta run back to that corner because they're gonna come screaming.
Okay. I'm down. Let's
Alright.
do it.
3, 2, 1, and then Teddy lets go, and the two of you duck behind the corner, and you watch as this set of teeth kind of like begins to clack rapidly and walk forward, and about when it gets to like maybe like 3 feet in distance, it begins to yodel, and it just kind of like begins to echo down the hallway. Yodeling. I can't actually yodel, but like, you know, it's yodeling.
Okay.
And it's like reverberating off the walls, and you see like the little toy begins to like wind around the corner as 3 of the Lapids exit out the room, kind of like looking down both ends of the hallway, and they like split up and go, leaving 2 inside the room. And Teddy kind of looks at you and he says, I mean, what's a guy with one arm gonna do, you know?
Well, okay. Well, I guess. Oh gosh, I just gotta. I mean, I just have a shotgun with me. That's gonna be pretty loud.
Right, but we can maybe like bar the door. They've got to have like we could use that meat hook. We could like, you know, put it on the other side, and they can't really push through.
Okay, so I guess the plan is I go and I shoot them. You grab the hook and lock the door.
Yeah, I mean, I've got my revolver on me too. It's just, you know.
Okay, so you
probably
shoot one
have
of
like
them.
Yeah, sure, if you want.
Cool. Okay, good. Perfect. Cool. So you kill one of them. I kill the other one. Then we quickly barge the door. Hopefully the monsters don't eat us. And then we get what we need, and then we hopefully find a way out.
I mean, that's probably one of the best plans we've ever come up with.
I mean, it's the most thought out plan we've ever had.
Yes.
And not even just in like this year we've been doing this, but I mean in like the like 40 plus years that we've hung out.
You know, I think you're right, Chuck.
Okay,
That's
cool.
kind
Let's
of
go.
Weird. Okay. Okay. So we bust through the door. Go ahead and roll kick some ass with +1 since they're not expecting it. Oh god.
Okay, I rolled 2 4s plus my tough is an 11, which is, and so that's a 12.
Nice.
Perfect. So
What do you want your extra effect to be?
it's going to be terrible harm, or double the harm, obviously. And so and then would you say that they're expecting this attack?
I said they were not.
Okay, cool. Perfect. So that's +2 harm to the... That's an interesting question. Does the double harm... I'm going to say it does not stack. I don't believe we've been doing it as it stacks with the 2.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to say specifically that it's 6, then 2, so it's 8 harm.
Sure. It actually works out great because Teddy rolled a 5. So as the two of you step into the room, Teddy's gun like backfires and just kind of like you watch the chamber just like bust open, and like he like drops his hand as it just kind of like smokes and hits the ground, rattles on the grates. But your shotgun blast catches both of the Elapids who are like quickly rising up out of their chairs, and it like definitely hits one full frontal in the chest and they're dead. The other one has been like clipped on like their left side and they're like on the ground like hemorrhaging.
Okay, cool. Is Teddy like discombobulated, like he's not grabbing the hook and locking the door?
That's correct.
Okay, so Chuck's gonna move to grab the hook or anything to lock the door quickly.
Okay, yeah, easy enough. Like you find the hook like next to that barrel of meat, and you take it and you put it like onto the two like handles of the doors. And Teddy's just like, damn.
Are you okay?
And he's not holding his hand because he doesn't have another hand to hold it with. He's like, damn. He's like, yeah, I'll be fine. We should just get what we need and get out quick.
Okay, good. If we need to, we can always dump the live one in the grate, and so like whatever's down there can spend time dealing with him.
That's actually a pretty good idea. Maybe. Yeah, fair enough. And Teddy just kind of like quickly runs over to the main console, and you see that he's kind of like doing this like one-handed piano thing as he's like typing, and kind of like going through. And quickly you watch the monitors shift, and like in the beginning there were like several news screens, and like tropical storm trackers and things of that nature. But as he browses through the operating software, all the screens kind of like end up popping up into like security cameras, except it's weird because it's like they're constantly shifting fisheye lenses, and they're all from the viewpoint of the hallway walls, as they all just kind of like it almost looks kind of like how media interprets like mosquitoes' eyes, you know, like multi like fractal kind of like viewing, but like with different images in every single one. And sure enough, the two of you see Anne, Alex, and Ren kind of like hoisting up this Elapid and kind of like beginning to walk down a hallway, and you see the tiniest bit of Cassie's feet kind of like wiggle into a vent, which on that thread, Cassie, what are you doing in the vent? I will say you can still see the thread of invisible light. Dustin, you're muted.
I just made an Among Us joke again, so don't worry about it. You didn't miss much. Anyways, what was that last bit you said, Soul?
I said that while you're in the vent, you can still see that like thread of light that connects your gem to something else.
And she will start crawling in that direction.
Okay. Are you attempting to do this stealthily?
I think that she's actually gonna like almost hover slightly off the ground in the vent. So she's not even actually technically. Gotcha. Yeah.
Nice.
Like.
Fair enough. I think that definitely eliminates a lot of the problems that Birdie and Clark probably faced. So what we'll go ahead and say is that roll me one act under pressure roll as you kind of like slowly begin to like translate yourself through these vents, like turning into a ball as you get to like corners and like extending back out, kind of like very much kind of like like zero gravity space station kind of like movement, you know?
Sure. I just put in chat. Something.
Okay.
Something good, I hope.
So.
Anyways, so that's Snake Eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
It was bound to happen at some point.
It was, yeah. Congratulations, Cassie. Oh, and Cassie levels up.
Nice.
Hey, you go, Cassie.
Neat.
This is good.
Just kill her. Just murder Cassie.
Yeah, she just dies.
So as you're kind of like shifting through the air vents, you know, you get through. You're following this thread, and you get, you know, you pass like a couple of corners, and you get to kind of like a space in which the air vent meets like a fan, right? And you see that the thread is pointing straight down, and there's a vent underneath you. As you get to this vent, the thread kind of like that bead of light that was kind of like, you know, passing, suddenly like it blooms out of your gem and then immediately like adds like a glow to the tether, and you are pulled through the vent, and you kind of like land on the ground, and you have to like catch yourself. It's like a very like pseudo 3-point landing, even though it's like more of just kind of like stopping yourself from like hitting the ground. And you look up and you see a large black sarcophagus, maybe nearly 20 feet in length and like 10 feet in width, just kind of like stretched out before you. And you look around and you see that ringed around this sarcophagus are people wearing normal clothes, of all races and ethnicities, every single one of them a different part of their body glowing with a red light. And as you slam down, you look up, and from the darkness you hear, "Ah, so kind of you to join us, Miss Rose. I had a feeling you would."
Actually, Miss Rose is my mother. I prefer Cassie.
You Rose siblings do make me laugh. I suppose it's time now for you to take your place in the grander picture.
You see, I feel like that is something that has always been told to me. That I need to take my place somewhere. That I had something bigger that I needed to take care of. But you know what? I'll take care of what I damn well please when I damn well want to. So how about instead, I show you a neat trick. And this is from the darkness, you said, right?
Yes.
And there are other people all around at the moment.
Yeah, so it's like you're standing on the edge of a circle. Like you're like essentially making up a missing spot in this circle around the sarcophagus.
Cool. And the sarcophagus, but you said it was made of stone, right?
Mm-hmm.
What else is around?
Yeah, as of like in this space, a lot of it is darkness, but you can see that there is like a large like it almost looks like a square opening in the ceiling, and that's where the light is kind of like coming down, that's illuminating your circle and the sarcophagus. And I'll say that maybe there's some torches, but the room is so vast that they only illuminate a small portion of the room. But you do see that there are hieroglyphs in here as well, though they are red hieroglyphs on black stone.
Is it possible for me to read a bad situation?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
I feel like this may be a bad situation, but
That would be an apt assumption.
that is 8 total for read a bad situation. So
So you get to hold 1. Are you using your third eye as well? Or is that just something that activates when you use your...
it says you can open your third eye for a moment.
Gotcha.
To take in extra information. I think she will, because it doesn't say that it takes any extra time.
Mm-hmm.
So I do think that she will do that as well.
Sure.
Mostly for the invisibility thing, just to see if there's anything. But it also, again, I'm okay with an extra hold. First, what's the best way to protect the victims?
Oof.
Yeah. Didn't expect that one, did you?
Yeah, that's a good one. From what you... I'm assuming by victims you mean these other pieces of Apophis.
If possible.
Right.
And you saying it's not possible is an acceptable answer.
No, I mean that I would say right now, because of the odds, in the sense that you see that there are like maybe like 9 of them from what you can see, glowing in the darkness, that the odds of you singular protecting these 9 are very slim. The best thing you can do right now is maybe keep the Elder Elapid talking. Buy for time.
All right, and just so I have it, what's most vulnerable to me?
Again, you are a creature of magic, and currently you can feel the heavy spell work kind of like around you. It's almost kind of like they feel like webs of thread all around you, invisible webs, and your arms move just fine. Nothing's like restraining you. It just like the air feels saturated with just like individual spell threads, and you could fuck some shit up for sure, but the sheer amount of how much magic is in this room, you're not sure whether or not it could like really make a dent in what's happened already. But you get the sense that, if the Elder Elapid showed himself, he would definitely be vulnerable to your magic.
Got it. Okay. So, you saw that I can make storms and you decided to steal my old bit, huh?
Well, I would say that our patron has been making storms a lot longer than you, Cassandra.
Well, I suppose that depends on how you define it. Don't, hey? I mean, after all, as you apparently have already surmised, I'm a piece of that patron of yours.
Yes. I am curious about that. You...
Yeah.
We've done our research. You were dead. How did you come back?
I got better.
I see. How fortunate. Did your brother help you with that?
Honestly, I don't know.
But he was the one
I don't
who
know.
killed you, yes.
His hunger killed him.
There's no response.
So, why?
Why
Is
what?
it simply just you feel it is time for the world to end? Or do you have another reason that you want to see this particular apocalypse happen?
You're trying to get me to monologue. That's...
Well, that is a good idea, but also you said it yourself, I was dead already. This world isn't really mine. So give me a good reason why it should end, and maybe I'll agree for one.
So here's a question, keeper to player. Are you attempting to make the Elder Lapid believe that there's a chance you'd be willing to willingly be a part of the spell?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me manipulate someone.
Yeah. Well, that's better than I have been doing. It's gonna be an 8 total.
Okay. I think the voice kind of like rings out and it says, "You intrigue me, Cassandra. I am willing to tell you why, if you are willing to step within the spell circle." And as he mentions it, a ring of hieroglyphs just like illuminates in red. And you can see that the patterns in the hieroglyphs stretch out to the individual people standing, and they are like within circular platforms within the pattern. And you see that there is one circular pattern right in front of you.
You know, you say that, but what guarantee do I have that stepping in that circle won't just render me in whatever stupor that these guys are in?
Oh. Cassandra. You are well practiced in your magics. None of these shards are like you. They're mortals, chosen by a higher power, yes, but you already had power. You just didn't have time to realize it on your own accord. You step into that circle and your mind will still be on. You can still cast spells if you'd like. It's merely an act of showing faith. Faith that you're willing to listen.
Cassie, why? Cassie steps into the circle.
Okay. As soon as Cassie steps into the circle, it flares with light. Nothing happens to Cassie. She's just in the circle now. Good.
Has anyone ever told you sound like
and
the
the scene
bad guy in
cuts.
Star Wars? Yeah.
The scene cuts back to Alex, Anne, and Ren carrying Keith, who's grabbed like ripped off a piece of cloth and is like holding it to his foot wound. And he's been kind of like, go left, go right, stop here, and like just kind of essentially giving y'all directions. So do y'all have like a plan or something?
That's a good question.
Of course we have a plan.
So what's the plan?
I wouldn't tell you that.
I mean, I'm the one giving you directions. It might be useful for me to know where we're going.
I thought that we were going to that room.
I mean, that's where I've been taking you, but like, are you sure you want to go there? That's like definitely where they want you to go.
Probably.
We're good at following directions.
I gotta say, I really like Keith. I want to keep Keith.
Mom, can we keep him?
Guys, can we please keep Keith?
Well,
Guys,
he's injured.
come on,
Gotta nurse him back
guys.
to
I know you stabbed him, but can we keep him?
I think I'll pause for a moment and pull that rusty key that I nicked from the Elder Lapid's office, and I'll just say, I mean, the only other thing I can think of is if you know what this unlocks.
Keith looks at your key, and I mean, it's old, but I think I'm pretty sure that's a key to the dungeons.
Oh. Well, what's in the dungeons?
Prisoners, mostly.
Wow.
I mean, yeah, I probably could have guessed that.
You have a place in management. You know how to give answers without actually providing any information.
Thanks, I've been told that.
Yeah.
So, if Bertie and Clark are still alive, then they'll be down there in the dungeons, but I would rather see that main hall first. I mean, I don't know. And where, and Anne kind of looks around nervously a little bit, and then she goes, and where are Cassie, Chuck, and Teddy? Cassie stepped through first, but she's not here.
Good point.
I mean, the portal's just, it's a portal. It drops you anywhere. Difference is that we all know where we're going. If anything, it's just a minor inconvenience, like traffic.
Okay.
So they could be anywhere.
Pretty much, yeah.
Like anywhere, or like in the pyramid anywhere?
Oh, I mean, like in the pyramid, yeah.
Okay, well that's good. Okay. Do we want to look in the dungeon? I mean...
I don't know what to do. My preference would be, or my gut feeling is to go to the ritual room or wherever Apophis was beating up those dudes, but I don't know your friends. I sort of know Apophis, I guess, but I don't know the Apophis that was attacking your friends. I'm new here, I guess.
Listen, this sounds really complicated, but we should really keep moving. And he kind of like keeps he's shifting his eyes side to side.
Just take us to the ritual room, and we'll go from there.
What kind of prisoners do you keep here?
And he kind of like shrugs and he says, anyone who gets in our way.
Alex just kind of looks at all of us and then back at him.
Yeah, I mean, like, if we captured you, you would go to the dungeons for sure. It's also like, a punishment area in case any of the shards go out of line.
The what?
The shards, the pieces of Apophis.
Yeah. What are you guys doing exactly? Like, what's your big master plan?
Oh, I
have a feeling, but...
I thought you'd never ask. So...
I love Keith.
Keith
is my favorite.
He kind of like... He's gesticulating on Anne's shoulder, and he's like, so the idea is that once we get all the pieces together, which won't be long now, since if y'all are here, I'm assuming that you're... And he kind of like gestures to Alex. He's like, your sister is here. Once we get all of them together, their immortal anchors are ripped from their mortal bodies. They fit together like a nice little jigsaw puzzle in the shape of the sarcophagus. It sits inside, and then the sarcophagus is shot up into the storm. Then the sarcophagus acts as the anchor for Apophis to enter the world, and the storm, the avatar.
Very neat, very threatening. Don't like that plan at all.
Keith, what is your personal stake in the apocalypse?
Well, the one, like I said, I don't really have anything else going for me. 2,
But you were a vampire and now you're not. Can't you, like, go out and make friends and...
I mean, and he kind of like looks over at Alex and he says, I don't know if the second that I leave their service, if I get stuck being a vampire again. So I'm gonna stay here where I know at least they can, keep me human, I guess. And he just kind of like, he shrugs and he says, we, and he kind of like gestures to himself, or I guess, them, since I'm on your side now, whatever. They're gonna, because there's a trick. The Elder Lapid wants to take this pyramid and hide it away within the shadow of Apophis, so that when Apophis lays waste to the world, excuse me, this is actually doing a number on my throat.
You can talk normal, I won't.
When Apophis lays waste to the world, we can reemerge in power.
And what? Rebuild the sun?
Yeah, the king of what? Nothing?
I mean, from inside this pyramid, we could repopulate the earth. We could, all be servants of Apophis. Like, do you have any idea what it would?
In the pyramid? Gross.
Do you have any idea, like, what it would be like to have a god that answers your prayers?
But he's going to eat the sun. We need that.
Do we? We have artificial sunlight in here. We can grow our own crops.
And you're not repopulating anything.
This is our
repopulating the pyramid.
Besides, isn't there like gravity and stuff that the sun provides? Like, I don't know if that science has changed in the past 20 years, but like, pretty sure the sun is important for more things than light.
I mean, sure, I guess, but this pyramid is it's a fortress of magic. Magic breaks the rules of science. That's just how it goes.
Like,
magic has its own rules too. Magic can't sustain itself. It draws from something.
Yeah.
It always has.
So long as we have spellcasters here to keep feeding the spell, we'll be fine. That's what the ancient Aztecs used to do for, to keep their crops alive. Human sacrifice.
I mean, you don't have infinite humans to sacrifice here, friend.
Hence the repopulating.
That takes
So
a
you're-
while.
That's Keith. Keith, look at me. Keith, that's fucked up. This shit's weird.
I don't know what to tell you. It's survival.
You could also survive by not bringing about the apocalypse, God. It's a little too complex for you all to understand, huh?
We don't even need
Because
the
he won't listen.
I mean, he's led us this far, hasn't he?
He hasn't led you anywhere. He is a chaos god. He was in my head for months and months and years, and he is not going to listen to anyone. He is a chaos god, and that is not... The fact that your mission lines up with his divine destiny is a coincidence at best. When he gets a control, when he swallows the sun, you guys are nothing but pieces of sand in the desert to him.
He is not the god who wants servants.
You don't know
He's
that.
a god who has a purpose. I
Every
knew him pretty well.
every god wants worshippers.
Apophis. Apophis wanted a quiet life. Apophis wanted to sit and look at the stars. Apophis wanted to stay with his friends, but he's gone now. He's not in my head anymore, and you have taken that from him, and I don't think he's going to be very satisfied with you all, because he did not want that.
Right, okay. I'm feeling like the conversation's getting a little personal now. But what I'm basically just gonna say.
I love Keith. Can next season just be Keith?
Oh,
The
oops,
Keith
all
show.
Oops, we're all Keith.
It's all Keith.
I would like to say that during this whole time, I'm still like walking Keith,
Okay.
I think, towards the ritual room. Like maybe a little bit more slowly while we're having a discussion, but time is of the essence. So.
Sure. Yeah. All Keith says is,
I mean, it's great and all that you had Apophis in your head. That's a great honor. But you only had a piece of him, not the whole picture.
Henry just shakes their head.
Just saying.
Has stopped looking at Keith and is just shaking their head.
It's around this point, at this point in time, Alex, I guess, like, who's in the lead of this little trio slash quartet?
I think Alex would lead the way just because
Yeah.
he is now the one who is the best at melee combat.
Sure. Yeah. So, Alex, you're walking, right, and you come to a T junction, and immediately upon stepping into this T junction, the hairs on your neck, on the back of your neck, stand up, and you have a visceral response to danger. Being a vampire, you are used to being the apex predator in most situations. And the fact that you are reacting this way means that there is something even more dangerous nearby.
We have a problem.
Another
Dude.
one?
I resent that.
I resent you.
Fair enough.
What is there here that is more dangerous than a vampire?
I mean, there's kind of a lot, but
Yeah.
Kind of like looks around, and you notice that down the left wing of the hallway, there's small bits of bone. It starts off as like chicken bone, and then it slowly begins to become larger bones until it becomes more noticeable that they're human bones. And there's a space at the end of the hallway where the light won't reach. And you hear kind of this like low purring noise. And there's like some soft footfalls. And stepping out from the shadows, you watch a sphinx step out. And it
Can I pet the cat?
No.
it's just like the front paw, which already is like maybe the size of your torso. And from the shadow, the face of a beautiful woman just kind of like pierces through, and she smiles just like this inhumanly wide smile with pointed teeth, as she has like these cat-like eyes that just like stare at you from these shadows.
You brought us to a sphinx?
I mean, oh shit, yeah, I brought you to a sphinx. And we're gonna cut to Chuck and Teddy.
Fucking Keith.
I mean, yeah.
I want to pet the Sphinx. Couldn't pet the horse. I want to pet the cat lady.
Your request has been noted. So back in the control room. Teddy's kind of again quickly navigating through, and it takes only a couple of moments for Teddy to find Cassie in the room in the sacrifice room, stepping into the spell circle, watching the group enter the T junction with the Sphinx on one side, and then in one of the videos, there's a picture of the dungeons, and inside this kind of like energy cell of like sickly green light sits Bertilac and Clark, completely fine.
Session ends. We're done. This is it. This is the.
And Teddy's like, didn't Ren say that Apophis killed them?
Sorry. Yeah, I thought I mean, honestly, we don't know that person, like, at all. They could just be a liar.
I mean, yes, but they seem pretty genuine when they said it.
Well, that's what liars do. Hmm?
I mean, right, but
Just something to think about. Anyway.
Sure, I guess.
Either way, good thing to keep. Good. Anyway, good that Gary Oldman's okay. I don't. How do we get to them?
Teddy kind of like moves the camera around. The cameras. I'm gonna say cameras. The cameras around, and quickly kind of like plots out a path. And he's like, "It looks like we just go down the right corridor, take the stairs down, and then the immediate left, and it should be the first door on the right."
Okay. I guess we should go. We should go get them, right? Yeah.
I mean,
unless we want to go to Cassie first, because that you said we saw Cassie. Correct?
Yes, yeah, Cassie's definitely still on one of the screens.
Should we go save the two lift people, or should we go to help Cassie?
I mean, there's strength in numbers, but
now that they have Cassie,
It's
who
only
knows?
a matter of time.
Exactly. I think we should just go for Cassie.
I think. Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's see.
Do you need a gun?
I mean, do you have a spare one?
I just have my revolver.
Maybe keep that on
Anne
you.
still has like 9 guns.
Yes.
Yeah. If only
For
Anne
what?
didn't hog all the guns to herself, man.
Oops, sorry. Well, because your duffel bag was greasy, I couldn't.
I don't have my duffel bag with me.
Yeah, because Anne threw it away. Remember, canonically. It's in the
No,
dumpster.
no. Chuck has his duffel bag. He didn't take it with him on the trip because it's hard to carry a duffel bag full of turkey grease.
So slippery.
Teddy just kind of says, maybe keep that on you. I'm gonna try and see if there's like some way I can sabotage their systems or whatever they've got going on. Can you check to see if the hallway's clear?
Okay, yeah. I guess Chuck will look out the door window to see if there's anyone around.
Sure. Go ahead and read me a bad situation.
Okay, cool. Okay, that's 2 4s. Plus my 2 sharp is a 10.
Nice. So you get to hold 3. What's my best way in? What's my best way out? Are there any dangers we haven't noticed? What's the biggest threat? What's most vulnerable to me? And what's the best way to protect the victims?
Okay. First question I'm going to ask are there any dangers I haven't noticed?
You get to the door and you're looking out and you surreptitiously hear the you surreptitiously hear the sound of a gun hammer being cocked, and you look back and you see that elapid that you clipped with the shot holding up a Glock and pointing it to Teddy's back, while Teddy's working, just like looking at the screens.
Cool, I shoot him.
Do you?
No, stop. I hate you. I
So-
hate you so much.
In that moment, there's a flash of white. And the last thing you see is Teddy turning around and watching you fall as a gunshot rings out. And you just see his words, like his lips spell out, Chuck. Chuck, several images pass before you as you enter this liminal space. The first of which is you standing in a park, fingering a big knife as a pair of teenagers hold a pumpkin over 2 children. It flashes, and suddenly you're in the back of a cop car, just kind of like grinning as it begins to slalom through the streets uncontrollably. The images progress. You see yourself sitting in a 24-hour Big Zeddy's with kind of watching over Alex's shoulder as he plays an arcade game. You watch yourself at the Renaissance Fair, eating turkey legs and stuffing more inside of a duffel bag. You watch yourself bruised and beaten, being held by Teddy inside of Old Tex. Then the scene flips, and it's you holding a broken Teddy,
tears streaming down from your eyes, asking him not to go. The images keep flowing forward, and at a certain point, they stop, and you're standing on a sunny street with green trees kind of like around you. Cars pass by, and in front of you there's a small cafe. It has a red awning, and in golden lettering it says Daisy's Cafe in French. You stand there and you watch. There's a beautiful woman underneath an awning. She has her back towards you, and she has a little sketch pad that she's kind of like drawing out an older couple down the street. And you stretch a hand out, and it all fades to black. And you stand at a train station. There's steam around you. A sheer black steam train just in front of you. And you're illuminated by the light inside, just shining down on you.
I think Chuck looks around, I think, he takes off his hat as he looks around, and he just says out loud, God, why can't I just keep a fucking promise? I just need 5 more minutes, please. I've been ready for the past year. I just need 5 more minutes.
You feel a hand on your shoulder, Chuck. And you turn around, and you see Teddy's there, gripping your shoulder, giving you a half smile, and he just kind of nods before fading away.
I don't know.
You feel another hand on your other shoulder. You turn back, and you see Alex there. And Alex just gives you a sad smile, takes off his glasses, and begins to clean them as he disappears into nothing.
I didn't think I would care. I didn't know I would regret it so much.
You feel another hand. You turn, and you see Anne. Anne just kind of gives you a small smile, and with an invisible wind, disappears into nothing.
I know I have nothing to worry about, leaving you guys to finish what I've started. But that doesn't mean it hurts any less to let go.
You feel a large hand on your shoulder. And you look over and you see Apophis in their monster form. And they just kind of give you a thumbs up before they fade off.
Who are we to say who is a monster and who is not? We're all just people.
At this moment, you feel a hand kind of like wrap into yours. You don't look, but you know exactly who it is. And as you begin to step forward into the train, you hear the jingle of keys. And you look back, and you see Cassie flipping her keys before she disappears. And when you step into the train, a figure appears to you. He's wearing a large black cloak, and he's silhouetted by the light inside the train. And all you hear is, "Well now, Chuck, I'm so glad you decided to honor your end of the deal. I can't tell you how much I hate having to chase those that run."
I've done enough running.
Attaboy. And you see a hand with like cracked long black nails, a human hand, just kind of like stretch out.
I take it.
And the hand pulls you into the light of this train. How's about we take a quick facility break? 5 minutes. And then reconvene. Okay? We'll be back in about 5 minutes, folks. Thanks for sticking with us. We are going to go a little bit long because we've got a lot to cover.
My name is Dr. Alexander Rose, and as hard as it may be to believe, I am a vampire. Well, at least partly. I don't even truly remember how this came about. You see, I had a problem with certain controlled substances. I was a user. I also gave freely out of the pharmacy connected to my clinic. There were many that I shared with. All of this culminated with one night, one bite, and my life changed forever. I'm now hunting for my sire, the one who turned me into this, and for any knowledge on my unique condition, while trying to fix the life that I found myself in. I fight the urges. I work to try and make the world now a safer place for those like I once was, and for those like I am now. To prove my humanity remains, and that I'm more than monstrous.
And we're back. So, Alex, you watch as this giant form of a sphinx just kind of like pads out. And you see that their body is like this, you know, it's the body of a lion. And they do have eagle's wings stretching out from their back. This corridor is way too small for them to even spread them. But you see that they're there. And from where like the normal head of a lion would be, there's just like this kind of like muscular mass, and the head is just kind of like peeking out from it. And you see that they have kind of like beautiful kind of like just blonde curly hair kind of like ringing down, as their cat-like eyes just like stare at you, and like they have that predatory smile as they just kind of begin to prowl towards you.
Is this the riddle kind of sphinx, or the just kill you for no reason kind of?
It's the kill you for no reason kind of sphinx. Yeah.
Did you bring us here on purpose, Keith?
You know, I'm not sure. It may just be the fact that I'm like looking backwards. I think my directions got turned around because I'm used to facing front when I go different ways. So,
is he lying?
He's not sure.
Keith is on thin ice.
I hate you, Keith.
You've expressed that several times, yes.
I need to make sure you know.
I do.
Good.
Well, we can't kill Keith. That's Chris's next character.
Oh, Chris has taken the hat and tie off. Now I'm sad. Now he looks like he's going to a funeral in that dark attire. Stop that, you. Sir, was that intentional?
It was.
You. You're the worst. I don't mean that. You're the best, but you know.
I'm okay.
Eric.
So what are y'all doing?
Can we just... I'm gonna try to just turn around and walk back the way we came. Like, just like, oops, wrong way.
Sorry, wrong way.
My bad.
Technically,
catch you in the break room later.
Alex, are you wanting to do this as well?
I have a better idea.
What's your better idea?
To read a bad situation.
Okay.
First. May I?
Yes, absolutely.
Probably a good idea.
Don't I have something special? Oh yeah, when I read a bad situation, I can use cool instead of sharp. Which is cool, because it wouldn't have mattered. Alright, and that's a basic math, 12.
A 12? Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So you get to hold 3. Do you have that advanced or just normal? Do you know?
I have nothing, sir.
Oh yeah, that's right, because you're new.
She's a baby now.
What's my best way in? What's my best way out? Are there any dangers we haven't noticed? What's the biggest threat? What's most vulnerable to me? And what's the best way to protect the victims?
Cool. I wonder what the biggest threat is. Just kidding. Are there any dangers we haven't noticed?
Trying to think.
The answer could just be no.
Yeah. No.
Good. Very good. Very good. Very good. Okay.
Yeah.
1 for 1.
Good
All
knowledge.
right. Okay, cool. What's my best way out?
Any way that's not towards the Sphinx.
Cool. 2 for 2. All right. All right. I don't know if I don't know if I could even. Some of these questions I feel like overlap. What's the best way to protect the victims? Victims being me. Is it to get the fuck out of here?
I'm trying to think. So this is what I'll tell you. I think at some point when you were in your like crash course at Lyft, you know, you maybe perused through an open bestiary in the library, and luckily enough, the page was turned to a sphinx. And from what you remember, you know that sphinxes are incredibly deadly and have been known to hunt supernatural creatures for sport. But they understand human speech and have been known to have been reasoned with in the past.
Cool. With that knowledge, I think I am going to try to kind of like talk out of the side of my mouth. You know how people do when, like, in movies when they talk to each other quietly and no one else can totally hear them. I will share that information with the group. I'm just gonna be like, listen, I think we should back away, but worst comes to worst, we could try talking to it. It understands human speech. But anyway, I'm gonna start backing up now, and I think that Anna's gonna actually keep her eyes on the Sphinx, but like with Keith on her shoulder, obviously just start like backing away slowly, even though she wants to pet the fuzzy murder paw.
Okay, so Ren is also backing
Ren's also backing away, yeah.
Alex?
Alex is gonna wait a moment, just because he wants to make sure that there's significant distance. Then he'll back up as well. Like, basically, he wants to make sure that he can stop this thing from getting to them if it comes to.
Okay. Alex, as soon as you begin to back away with an near impossible speed, you watch the Sphinx pounce and just like rush towards you. Go ahead and roll me an act under pressure to get dodge.
Okay, that's 8.
8? Okay.
Yeah.
You don't take all of the damage, but the front paw does clip you on the shoulder, and the amount of strength that hits you, you know, it's damn near close to apotheosis. And so you take 2 points of harm, and you are slammed up against, or like the force pushes you up against a wall, and like you like hit and like fall down on the ground as the Sphinx like rounds the corner, its shadow like kind of like being cast down by the torchlight behind it. And Ren, the two of you watch as Alex is quickly knocked back up against the wall, and he falls down to the ground.
Is the Sphinx still running at us?
The Sphinx is still prowling, but it's still going like very slow. It like moves very quickly in that moment to get to Alex, but it's not like actively trying to maul y'all. You get the sense that it likes to play.
Yeah. It's a cat playing with its food.
Yeah, I have to say though, one of my favorite things is cats being sneaky because they think they haven't been caught, but you're just like watching them be sneaky.
Yeah.
They're just like, you know, cruising along, and you're just like, what are you fucking doing, weirdo? My friend's cats do it all the time. Oh man, my charm is fucking shit. I think.
Yeah, Alex.
I think that I'm going to just stand my ground. Like, I think I'm going to pull the duffel bag out, pull the grenade launcher out of the duffel bag, and I'm just gonna be like, and then just stand there. Like, I'm not trying to be intimidating or anything, but I'm just like waiting to see what it's gonna do. And I think I know that, like, in Monsters Week, you can, like, kind of ready an action. I would say that I would like to, if this thing, like, if Alex is far enough away from this thing that I feel like I could safely... Okay. If none of us would take damage from the grenade launcher...
Uh-huh.
Like, in a moment where the Sphinx is, like, moving or whatever, like, I think I would like to, deploy it.
Okay.
But I think Anne trying to talk to this thing, she no longer has soothe. What is so useful here?
Can Alex request something of Anne?
Sure.
Well, I'm more question for the keeper, in that is Alex being eaten right now? Like,
No. You are definitely, like, the Sphinx is like 2 feet away from you, and you can tell, again, even though it's clocked that Ren and Anne are like in the distance, its attention is just on you, but it is like actively moving towards you.
Anne, empty the duffel bag and give it to me. Not the weapons, the duffel bag.
Oh my god. I don't know if this is what you're doing, but I really hope it is. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do that. I'll just, like, toss all the weapons onto the ground. I think I've put Keith down at this point, too, to do this, so that I have, like, all of my appendages, all 2 of the moving ones up here. And I think that I actually hand run a couple of guns as I do so. But, yeah, I pull everything out, I zip the duffel bag back up so that it's aerodynamic, and I eat. Eric, no, I don't put him down. I just put him down. For the VOD, Eric says, you put him down? Oh, like, set him down. Right. I'm sorry if I'm putting tonality in the wrong places, but that's what I imagine it was like in your head. But yeah, I'm gonna toss that duffel bag over to Alex.
Okay. Are you throwing it or, like, sliding it across the floor?
What did Alex ask me to do? Just give it to him?
Yeah, just get it to him.
What do cats like more? Sliding or flying?
I don't know.
That's a good question. I think I would toss it in the air because I don't know the... I'm gonna toss it in the air. I'm not gonna explain why.
Okay. So you toss it over to Alex. Alex, do you just, like, let it fall near you?
I think Alex would try to catch the... If it's gonna be close enough, he'll try to catch it by the handles?
Sure.
Question mark?
Yeah, you catch it by the straps. At that same time, you feel the immense pressure of the Sphinx's paw on one of your legs as it kind of, like, places its hand there. Its paw there.
All right. And Alex is going to look up at this creature, this deadly creature. And 2 predators are going to meet eyes.
Are they gonna hug?
And then Alex is going to start sliding the bag on the ground.
Immediately, the Sphinx's eyes kind of, like, dilate and, like, it like arches his back and like watches the bag.
And he freezes it for a second, and then he does it again.
And like it shifts.
I never told you all this. Yeah, I never told you all this, but Alex is a cat person. Like, he loves cats.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and so like, and he's gonna do this a few other times, like a few more times of just like freezing it, letting it, watch, and then doing it again. Like, he's basically, if it wants to play, he's ready to play.
Go ahead and roll me.
In fact, he will even say, "You want to play?" And he's gonna do, because it can understand him. Like, he knows that it can understand him. So he's gonna be like, "You want to play?"
I'm gonna say, do you have the dark manipulator or like the roll the specific one that like allows you to manipulate monsters?
Dark Negotiator, you can manipulate someone, move on monsters as well as people, if they can reason and talk.
So you do have that? All right, go ahead and do that.
That is going to be... Oh, man. I mean, it's still a success, but it's not like a I'm not going to make it an ally with this roll.
Sure.
Ride the Sphinx through the halls of the fucking...
Listen, I was going to do it.
Mirror.
Like, absolutely, I was going to do it. Yeah, that's just going to be 10.
Okay. And so that's just a normal manipulate someone, but with a monster? Hold
Yeah.
on, Yes, okay. So then with a 10... the Sphinx kind of like dilates, and you watch as a forked tongue kind of like slithers out, and then it comes back into its mouth, and you watch the wide smile kind of like break apart, and there's almost kind of like an escape of air, as if it was like it's been the first time in a long time that the Sphinx has opened its mouth for anything other than eating, and the jaw kind of like distends a bit and kind of like adjusts itself. It almost looks like it's like the distended jaw of like a python, like as if sometimes the Sphinx likes to eat things whole, and it can just kind of
Why
like
would you make such a
readjusts.
horrible creature? Is that how sphinxes are?
It's how my Sphinxes are. And the breath smells terrible, but you just hear the Sphinx croak out, "Yes."
All right,
I
well,
want
you're
to
going
play,
to...
Father.
All right, well, you're going to have to step off of my leg.
And you feel them kind of like dig in a little bit more, and like you begin to feel like the edges of their claws kind of like pushing through the fur, and they say, "But I like to play."
We'll play. No, we'll play. Gonna step off my leg.
And reluctantly they lift their paw and like set it down.
There you go. And he's gonna slowly stand up, and he's gonna go back to using the duffel bag as a overgrown cat toy.
Okay. I think it's at this point that the three of you hear the cocking of a gun.
God damn it.
And you all turn, and you see leaning up against the wall holding a gun at Anne is Keith.
Because of all the guns on the ground, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Alex throws the duffel bag at Keith.
What's this for?
Fetch.
You watch the Sphinx's eye just kind of like turn towards Keith and like dilate, and Keith is just like, oh shit, and then he drops the bag and just like unloads, bang 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 bang, like all just like a whole clip as the Sphinx like pounces forward. You watch the bullets like sink into the Sphinx's fur, and like some hit the face, but it seems completely unscathed. And as it like hunches over Keith, you all watch in just a moment his body just splatters into blood against the wall. And you all hear like the very kind of like sick like lapping up of blood and several viscera on the stone floor as this Sphinx is just kind of like mewling and eating.
Yucky.
We should probably get out of here right now.
Yeah, that's
Probably I
a
should-
good plan.
She didn't say that too loud.
The three of you begin to back around the corner, and you have the grenade launcher. What guns did you give to Ren?
Me, I have a poorly. First of all, I have a bunch of big knives. This is just what my hair is gonna look like because it's stuck in my hair.
Sure.
I gave the shotgun to Chuck. May he rest in peace. I think I had 2 grenade launchers and like whatever. So I think I would have given one of the grenade launchers to Ren.
Okay.
Because they're big. And probably one of the revolvers.
Ren looks so uncomfortable holding these. They're like holding them like this, like as far away from their body as they can.
All right. So we'll say that.
Sorry.
And you have one of the grenade launchers. Ren, you have the other grenade launcher. And there's a pistol between the two of you. You'll have to choose who, when. But that's what you managed to salvage from the guns that Anne threw out onto the floor and are now sitting underneath a huge Sphinx. So.
Yeah, sometimes you can't find. They can have it.
You all turn the corner, and it seems as though the Sphinx is not following you. Are you booking it to try and get as far away as possible, or are you going slow?
I mean, slow at first, and then fast once I feel like we're out of earshot.
Gotcha. Sure.
Makes sense to me.
By the time that y'all get to the bottom hallway, the bottom of the hallway, where there's like a set of stairs that go up, and then like another one that like goes down. You know, it's like essentially a stairwell. You all hear a growl, and from the end of the hallway, you see the silhouette of the Sphinx, kind of like once again, kind of like ready to pounce, and it just begins to bound towards you all. Are y'all going up or down?
Do we know what floor we're on right now?
Yeah, you see that. You look around and you see that there it is marked, kind of like an almost like a parking garage, kind of like, you know, color block with like the empty number. It says 3.
To the ritual room on the 4th floor?
The 4th floor.
All right, y'all rush up the stairs, still hearing the growling behind you.
Is there like a door in the stairwell I can close?
No, it's like an open stairwell. That's like each floor is like open essentially. So,
not that cats can't open doors.
Yeah, no, this isn't a sinking ship situation where you can just close the door behind you. As you get up to the 4th floor, you run into Teddy. He like steps around the corner, and you see that the entire left side of his body, like the shirt, the vest, everything is just drenched in blood, and it's like it has gone down his entire side, down his left pant leg, and he looks at the rest of you. His face is just kind of like chalky, and he says,
I know what we have to do to stop the spell.
Fuck, Teddy, what the fuck happened to you? Let's go.
Sure.
But, oh my, Jesus, Alex, can you pitch him up real quick?
I'm fine.
You don't look fine.
You look incredibly unwell.
As Alex, are you reacting at all, or?
Teddy, where did Cassie come from?
We met her first in your D&D mind world, and then.
Okay, that is enough. Thank you.
Well,
Sorry. Listen, with magic around here, I cannot be too careful.
that's okay. I don't blame you. Like, we should get going. I can fill you in as we go.
Yes.
You see Teddy continues to walk, and there's no hitch in his step. He's just covered in blood. He looks chalky, and you can see that there's like a hardness in his eyes. But he's just kind of like walking forward, and he tells you all. So we can't let the spell happen because they don't have all the pieces, and that's going to destroy the world. If we try and stop the spell and we do it wrong, it's going to destroy the world. What we need to do is we need to get the Book of the Evening to one of the pieces of Apophis, and we have to channel the storm into that singular piece and then banish it. It's kind of a multi-tiered thing.
Finish the piece or the storm?
Banish the piece.
I don't know that anybody's going to volunteer for that. You've been up on this floor. Have you seen are we going to the ritual room?
Yeah,
we're
Cassie's
still trying
already
to-
there.
Fuck, did you see Bertie and Clark there?
No, they're alive. They're alive. They're down in the dungeons.
Oh my god.
My God. I mean, I didn't know them, but I think it would be cool to get the chance to, so I'm glad they're alive. Have you seen anyone else? Have you, is there anyone, have you seen Chuck?
He was with me.
What do you mean was?
And you
Where is
see
he?
Teddy stops walking, and he just kind of puts a hand on the wall, and he says, "We were in the control room, and I was checking the screens. He was supposed to be checking the hallway. I heard him hit the floor. I turned around. And he was just there. Dead."
You ran out of time.
Yeah. And you get the sense that Teddy's not telling you the whole truth.
I know that this is something you probably can't tell me, but like, in what way? Like, what part of it does not appear to be the truth?
It's not that the part of it doesn't seem as though it's the whole truth. It doesn't seem as though it's the truth. It just seems as though it is incomplete. There's more to it.
Teddy, is that his blood that you're covered in? How?
No, it's not. There were 2 other Elapids in the room. We don't really have time for this. We should get going. We'll get the body later. And he's coming home with me.
Right. I agree. But for now, there is more for the living that we can do than that.
Alex, I will say, you've got keen vampire eyes and you're a doctor. You do see, in the point of the conversation, like while we are all shifting around and talking, you do see that there is a hole in Teddy's shirt where a bullet would have entered. But you see him quickly kind of like shift his vest and cover up the hole.
What direction are we going in?
Teddy kind of like closes his eyes and he says, we keep going straight and then we take a left and then it's the first door on the right.
All right.
And what are we gonna do when we get there?
We've got to get the book out of the Elder Elapid's hands and I guess into Cassie's hands.
Doesn't that mean Cassie's the one who's gonna get banished?
I mean, and he like, you can see that Teddy's having a really hard time making eye contact with Alex. And he says, I don't want to lose anyone else either. But we're talking about the whole of civilization.
Do you can't just offer up someone else's life like that.
I'll bring it up to Cassie and we'll see whether or not she decides it. You're not a piece of the Apophis, Anne. They are. They make their choices.
Alright, fucking fine, let's go.
Hey, Anne, Rin, scout ahead just a little bit, make sure there's no guards there. I'm gonna take a look at Teddy's, make sure everything's okay. And he gives Teddy a very strong look.
And Teddy gives him kind of like a weary kind of like sure, I could use a checkup.
I think I just oblige.
Yep, Ren's walking on ahead, probably talking to Anne all the way.
Yeah. Anne is trying to talk Ren through like the absolute basics of a gun. And it's funny because she just got the absolute basics from a lift agent and then a little bit more from Chuck, so it's a mess.
The blind leading the blind.
Exactly. And I think that she's also like starting to tear up a bit and trying to explain how guns work as her way of like kind of keeping grounded in this moment.
And Ren, I think, realizes that despite the fact that he does not want to use guns, he never wants to use guns, he's just going to let Anne talk and just kind of be listening and maybe repeating, like, she's like, this is the holster. And he's like, trying to be an attentive listener despite the fact he could care less about what she's saying. He feels a little awkward in this situation because he doesn't really have a connection to Chuck that much, and so he's gonna kind of listen.
Nice new bullet hole, Teddy. What happened?
Like I said, there were 2 Elapids in the room. When I turned around and saw Chuck on the ground, one of them clipped me. They died right after.
So is that the story you're going to stick with?
Pretty much.
Teddy, you want to sacrifice my sister. The least you could do is be honest. What happened? What happened to Chuck?
I told you the truth, Alex. He went to go check, and then he just dropped. I turned around, and I got clipped.
And you see him kind of like move the vest, and the bullet hole is definitely not in an area where it's just clipped. It is like, that's a kidney shot. And you see Teddy unbuttons the bottom of his shirt, and he pulls back, and you see the spot in which there would be a bullet wound. There's nothing there. And then he begins to button himself back up. Am I cleared, Doctor?
Alex stares right at Teddy and then just turns and starts walking down the hallway. Do what you want. You know, a wise person once told me that keeping secrets among friends never turns out good. Maybe you should take your own advice, Teddy. And he just follows after.
Teddy sighs, and he runs a hand over where the bullet wound was. And follows after. Eventually, the four of you reach the red door. It's just a huge block of stone with the giant eye of Horus upon it, scratched out.
So this is it.
This is what I saw in the vision. My vision, I guess, of that's where Apophis was. You know. Guess this is it.
The ritual.
Listen.
Grand finale.
I didn't mean to say I don't want Cassie to go. But that's how we finish the spell. I know that much. That's how we all get out of this without destroying the world. We got to get the book out of the Elder Elapid's hands, get it into the hands of a piece of Apophis, and they've got to siphon the spell, and then we banish them.
I mean, I don't know what the situation is with my Apophis, the part of Apophis that was in me, but I think he'd be willing if, you know, maybe, I don't know. I know he cares about you all really deeply. I know how he feels about you. If he's there, we can ask him because he doesn't have a corporeal forming, I guess, or something. I don't know. I feel weird asking Cassie, though I feel weird asking any of you, I guess, to do anything. I'm just gonna shut up and we can go in there.
Chuck gave his life to get us here. I'm going through that door, and we're seeing this through.
Lead the way.
And you watch as Teddy takes a hand and wipes it on his blood-soaked shirt, and then places it on the stone wall. And immediately the blood kind of like passes from his hand into all the scratch marks and begins to glow. And the door becomes like transparent. And Teddy walks through.
Alex follows.
Ren.
Anne walks in last.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
You all
What's
step
this
into
one
the
called?
room. And
Alex death scene.
No!
you finally see the giant black sarcophagus. It sits in the center of a large room covered in red hieroglyphs etched into black stone. Standing on top a large monolithic pier, you see the elder Elapid, a book in one hand, and just like magic swirling in his other. And around the sarcophagus, glowing in red light, you see 10 pieces of Apophis. As you step in, you watch as a figure steps out from the shadows underneath. 8 foot tall, deep red skin, large beetle arms, steps out with an unfinished gem. In one hand, they hold the throat of Apep, who they toss to the side. You watch Apep's broken form kind of like slam on the ground and like hit the monolithic pier. And there's an evil grin on this Negapophis's face as they just kind of like flex and energy just kind of like flashes. And the Elder Elapid says,
"Well now, it seems as though it has all come to this. I appreciate you bringing your sister, Dr. Rose. She will be vital to the plans ahead."
She always was a free spirit. She brought herself.
Indeed. Ah, and you brought the dregs.
and you see that the Elder Lapid has their gaze looking right at Ren. And he says,
"Whatever power you think our Lord has left in you, trust me when I say it is merely a shadow of what could have been."
I don't need power to be special or cool or whatever. I've got... And Ren, goes to grab the baseball bat that they forgot they lost so long ago, and they just have their pockets and they pull out their little pocket knife and say, I've got this, and I'll use it on you. They flip the
doesn't Ren also have a grenade launcher?
Yeah, but they kind of have forgotten. They know they're not going to use it because they're very uncomfortable with guns. So they have kind of forgotten that it is more impressive looking than a pocket knife.
Gotcha. Okay. The Elder Lapid ignores your quip back, and his gaze shifts again, and he says,
"Ah, Miss Derelay, I see you don't have a sniper rifle with you this time. Though, maybe you should have brought one." Because you used to shoot one at him when he was on the helicopter. I think it was like a hunting rifle, but still a rifle.
With it. Ah, Elder Lapid. I see you're still cryptic. Yes, this is
Oh.
that's Anne.
Okay.
Always a pleasure, Miss Darrelay.
Fuck you.
Ah, Mr. Franklin. I don't see your companion. Where's Mr. Duval? Out of all of you, he was always the most interesting.
And Teddy reaches behind his back and pulls out a shotgun. And he says, he's right here. Why don't you come down and meet him?
Oh no, did you transmute Chuck into a gun? Teddy, no!
It's how he would have wanted to go.
And the Elder Lapid chuckles and he says,
Well, why don't we get started?
and he snaps his fingers, and Negapothis just begins walking towards you. And again,
So-
they flex.
Can you give us the rundown of this area one more time?
Yes. So, you are on the ground floor. About 50 feet to your right is a 20-foot long, 10-foot wide black sarcophagus. Huge. Around it are the pieces of Apophis glowing on a spell circle. 50 feet to your right. Essentially 50 feet to your left, there is a large kind of like platform that is raised. And standing on top of that platform is the Elder Elapid, kind of like doing the whole spell. You do see, leading up to that platform is a set of stairs. But between you and that set of stairs is Apophis. Negapophis.
Alex draws his rapier and looks over his shoulder and says, "Get the book," and then charges Negapothis.
Nice. All right. Are you attacking Negapothis? All right. Roll me, kick some ass.
Here we go. Nine, 10, 11, 12. Is that one of the ones that I've chosen as an advancement? Yes, it is. So I rolled a 9 plus 3 is 12.
Nice. So, what advanced effect would you like to have?
I want to say you completely hold the advantage. All hunters involved in the fight get +1 forward.
Sure. Yeah, go. What does this look like? Tell me.
Alex, again, dashes at this with almost inhuman speed. Like, it's not quite inhuman because he's not using magic to do so, but he's still faster than one would expect of someone of his stature. And he dashes at Apophis, slices Apophis' like cheek or something, but more so he shoulder checks Apophis to kind of rotate him around so that Apophis is facing Alex, and then while everybody else is now to the side or behind Apophis.
Understood. Yeah. Just like how you described it, you slam into Apophis, slicing them at the same time, and they rotate around. You can see that they've taken the cut to their cheek, but they have not grimaced in pain. They just still have that evil smirk on their face. And what's everyone else doing?
Ren is going to try and tune in with this dark Apophis.
Mm-hmm.
If they can. They are not equipped to fight someone or something that can do at least 4 damage based off, what I know the damage Apophis deals. So
go ahead and roll tune in.
I'll tune in. I dropped the dice on the ground.
Oh, the big head. Oh no. Alright, we did it.
That is 11 plus 3 is 14. No. 12.
Yes.
Okay.
No. 14.
Tell me what.
God.
Tell me what
Good at math.
the tune in holds are.
Roll plus weird and 10 plus hold 3. I can ask any of the following questions. Where is the creature right now? In front of me. What is it planning to do right now? Probably attack Alex. Is it going to attack Max? Probably Alex. Who does it regard as its biggest threat? Good question. How do you attract its attention? Also maybe a good question. I'm sure Ren wants the attention focused on them, so I'm gonna ask, who regards as its biggest threat?
None of you.
Great. That's lovely to hear. How can I attract its attention?
You hear that soft voice in the wind pass by. And it says, choose.
Oh. How very cryptic. Why don't cryptic voices ever, or why don't mystery wind voices ever just tell you outright? I guess, what is it planning to do right now? I have a feeling it's planning to attack Alex, but I want to see if it is consciously thinking about it, I guess, versus just, following orders. I'm trying to gauge if this is something that this Dark Apophis wants to do, if there is any potential for them to resist it at all. Basically, seeing, what it's planning to do and how it feels about it.
Sure. You reach in and you sense no feelings. All you sense is the thought to kill. The pleasure. The excitement of snuffing out life.
This Ren is just going to think about that for a bit. Maybe try to relay some of the information to Anne or Teddy. I don't know what they're up to, so.
I think Teddy's gonna try and make his way over to the stairs. Anne, what are you doing?
That's a very good question. I just want to grenade launch this guy so bad, but we need the book, so I can't just blow him up because the book might not survive. Does he have the book in his hands right now?
Yes.
Okay. I'm mad that I can't just poof over there. It's very difficult to live this life.
Alternatively,
I'm looking down 'cause
Apophysis'
I have-
back is completely exposed.
Fair enough. This is my shitty map of what you described with, us in them. Anyway. Gauging my options here. I just don't want to hurt Apophis. They're my buddy. I mean, this one's not my buddy. Alright, I'll shoot Apophis. Fine. But I won't like it.
I was just gonna say, I think realizing that like it has no thoughts or emotion, Ren yells out that that's not Apophis.
It's not that it doesn't have thoughts. It just doesn't
Or
have
it doesn't
emotions.
have emotions. Yeah, that's
Okay. Yeah, I think I'll pull out my. I don't know. I have so many guns right now. Help. Which gun do I want to use? I'm gonna use my submachine gun. Why not?
Okay. How much harm does it do?
It does 3 harm.
Okay. You don't have to roll for kick some ass because you're not like in combat with it. So you deal 3 harm. How do you want to like?
Okay.
How do you describe to me what you do?
I think I see Apophis engaged and their back turns to me, and I hear Ren say that this Apophis has no feelings, and I'm like, okay, it's now or never. And I just pull that. I don't know how big a submachine gun is. I pull it out of whatever holster is large enough to hold a gun like that.
You just
And take a power stance, take a deep breath, and just unload the clip into Spooky Poppy's back.
Sure. It's a large gun. So as it begins to like slowly spit out this stream of bullets, it runs up the ground and just like lines up Apophis's back. Alex, you see Apophis kind of like their torso kind of like boop, 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 and then they just kind of like crack their neck, and they're gonna grab you and toss you at Anne.
Oh God.
And you are going to collide. And each of you is going to take 2 harm.
Did Apophis look like they took any damage from my gun at all? Or did
Yes, yeah. Your bullets,
Oh, yeah,
like your bullets entered their back for sure. They're just
okay. A tank, yeah, I know.
and you see them just kind of like turn around and like continue to walk in your direction. Ren, what are you doing?
Ren is going to try and run around like the side, I guess, and like trying to get out of the path of Apophis and basically charge at the Elder Lapid.
You have to go up a set of stairs to get to the Elder Lapid. It's pretty far.
Yes, they are. They know that they have no chance taking on Apophis, but they figure maybe they can a little bit. So they are just basically trying to run around. Lunge at them.
As you begin to move around, you see Apophis's eyes lock on you, and you see them quickly shift, almost like a goalie, and stand right in front of you.
Ren is going to look back, I guess. Like, they don't want to fully turn around, but trying to look at, friends with weapons that are better than a pocket knife. Because I think they have they were kind of planning on running real fast and just basically shanking the Elder Lapid. So they put their grenade launcher down. So they have a tiny little knife.
Are you planning on using that little knife?
If Apophis is going to run up on Ren is going to try and use it in self-defense, but Ren is not going to outwardly attack.
Okay. Apophis has run up on you. Like, they're right in front of you. So go ahead and roll me kick some ass.
Cool. I can't imagine how this could go bad at all. Oh. Well, that's an 8, and I have +2 tough still, so that's a 10.
Okay. What extra effect would you like to have?
I guess I'll deal extra harm. I don't think it'll do a whole ton.
Yeah.
Still.
Where are you stabbing the knife?
Um, I think Ren is probably just going right for, like, Apophis's, like... I would say neck, but... Yeah, maybe Apophis's neck. Like, big old snake cobra hood. They're just trying to, like, hit it somewhere it's gonna hurt.
Sure.
So, face, neck area.
You sink the pocket knife into the hood and, like, drag it across its throat. And you watch no blood drips, but you cut into the thick skin. And your knife gets stuck. And as you let go, Apophis looks down at it, you look at the knife, and then the two of you look at each other. And then Apophis backhands you. You're going to take 4 harm, and you're going to fly backward and land maybe like 10 feet away from Alex and Anne.
Cool. I'm unstable.
In this moment in time, when your vision is beginning to double from the pain, you look over at your friends, and something catches your attention. The feather of truth was knocked out of Alex's coat and now sits between you and them. And you hear, choose. Choose who you want to be.
All right. Ren is going to run over and pick up the Feather of Truth, I guess.
You open your hands out to it, and it just flies into your grasp. And the second your hands close around it, you have a vision. Except this isn't like a vision that you saw with Apophis. Instead, you stand on the precipice of a dichotomous world. On one side, there's red, purple, writhing energy that's erratic, chaotic. On the other side, it's golden light, pristine, perfect. You stand on the precipice of both, and you hear, "It is about time." And then another voice, deeper, from farther away.
You have been chosen. I am Isvet.
I am Ma'at. We represent order and chaos. The balance that must be struck at all times.
And I'm supposed to choose between you both, I guess?
You must choose to be a champion of either Ma'at or Isfet. You will fight for either of us, and you will keep the balance until the end of days truly comes.
And Ren looks around and is looking for a sign. They are basically unsure of whether these two great forces are trying to communicate with them as Ren or are trying to communicate with Apophis. Like they are like, maybe I'm in the wrong place. And trying to look around for any sign of Apophis, any sign of the end of the world, the sun being eaten, whatever that may be.
There's nothing there. You, as though they're sensing your apprehension, Ma'at speaks to you and says, "It is true that you were chosen because of your unique origin. But understand that you are more than you believe and more than what you were. If you so choose to be. No one is born special. They choose to be."
And Ren is... These are just voices. These aren't people, right? Or like these aren't figures.
They're disembodied voices that seem to be coming either from the golden light or from the writing red and purple.
Ren is going to look at this golden light and say, "I've spent enough time as a chaos creature. I've spent enough time with Isfet to know that that's not something I wanted. That's not something even the god of chaos themselves wanted. I need order. I want to be different from them. I even if it's... I'd like to think that, you know, I was able to influence them a little to see the kind of beauty that I saw in the world and feel the kind of feelings I felt, and maybe that's why Apophis chose or is choosing or tried to choose not to end the world. And I think I want to separate myself from them. I want to stop being Apophis's vessel, and I want to be a force of good, a force of order, a force of Ma. And Ren is going to step towards the golden light.
So be it.
And then you hear Ma'at say, "So it shall be." And you're engulfed in the golden light. Immediately, you wake up and you feel a searing pain in your chest as you watch this diamond-shaped gem begin to jut out from your diaphragm area and just pop out and skitter across the stones. It's light, kind of like flashing, like a dying heart. And in your hand, where the feather once was, there is a golden khopesh brimming with light. And for the first time, you look up and you see Apophis glaring at you. Focused on nobody else, only you. Oh, you're also completely healed, and you can now use the Chosen Playbook.
Hell yeah. Alright. I'm so ready for this. Cool. I'm so ready to be back not dealing one harm. Ren is going to brandish this khopesh at Apophis, and they've got the khopesh in one hand, and I imagine they've still got this pocket knife in the other.
Fair.
And they're gonna flick down the blade of the pocket knife. I think I said pocket knife, and put it in their pocket and say, "I'm ready to have my life back. Bring it on, you biggest snake man." And run towards Apophis.
Apophis runs towards you. Before the two of you clash, and Alex, the two of you see Ren stand with the golden khopesh in their hand, running towards Apophis. What are the two of you doing?
I am going to quickly stand up and help Alex to his feet as well.
As you support one another, you hear an explosion. And from that hole in the ceiling, I think I described it to Cassie, but there's like a 20-foot hole, like square hole in the ceiling that's like giving off some light. There's an explosion in the distance. And let's see here. There it is. You begin to hear what sounds like humming, and it's getting closer from the outside. Almost, it for a split second you think locusts, and instead you watch a turquoise light fly through the opening, and in the distance you hear yelling as this turquoise light begins to streak towards the Elder Lapid. And you hear
Have my axe, you churl!
And Clark and Birdie fly down, and you watch Birdie slam his axe into the side of the Elder Lapid, who goes careening towards the edge of the platform. And you see the book fly into the air and skid down onto the ground, maybe 50 feet away from you. And as Birdie and Clark kind of like wind away, they fly back through the hole, and the ceiling begins to open up, and you begin to see that above them, they're kind of like flying up against the storm, except it's not the storm from the material world. Instead, it is this massive swirling shades of red and black, just kind of like twisting in a malevolent kind of like chaotic way. And you get the sense that like the storm in the material world, this is its mirror copy within the Duat. Is like, this is what Apophis' true form would look like within the realm of the gods. You see now that the Elder Lapid kind of like rushes forward, and he yells, "Apophis, Apip, get the book." And Apophis, rushing towards Ren, looks up and sees the book, but immediately collides with Ren. Mars, what are you doing?
Ren is trying to hurt Apophis, or basically stop them from getting to the book.
Okay, roll me kick some ass.
Alright. Alright, that is 10 plus 3 is
13.
13.
Yeah.
What
extra effect would you like to have?
Force them or I want them, and Ren wants them on the ground away from the book.
Yeah, perfect. You watch as you attack. Oh, also, how much damage does the Khopesh do?
Good question. So we had 3 potential chosen moves. One was devastating, which would add +1 harm. One was dutiful, which was fate rears its ugly head and you act in accordance. You take +1 forward, and one was invincible, always having +2 armor. Do we know which one we want to go with there? Because that would impact
all 3. Like,
I picked one of them.
Okay, then you choose which one you want.
All right, I'm gonna go with they have invincible, so that is going to be 2 harm.
Okay.
Hand, close, magic.
Yes, that magic tag is important. You watch as the Khopesh slices across Apophyse's chest, and you watch deep red scarlet blood just begin to pool out. You get the sense that magic was the type of weapon to like actually hurt Apophis. And you quickly, swipe their leg. They land on the ground. Alex and the two of you, are you going for the book?
Obviously. I don't think there's much other choice in the matter.
Okay. As you get to the book, you can hear the Elder Elapid beginning to yell orders before there's like a loud groan and a thud. And you look up and you see that Teddy is standing over him with a shotgun pointed at his face. And he yells down, "Give it to one of the pieces!"
What do we see as far as the pieces?
You see Cassie standing within her circle looking back at you. The gem on her stomach is glowing even brighter now. All the rest of the pieces, you see that they are kind of like in this almost like hypnotic state where they're like the living dead essentially. You also see that their bodies are way more emaciated. And it seems as though the spell is meant to siphon their energy force until all that's left is just the gem.
Gotcha. Didn't he call for Alpep too?
In that moment, the two of you feel a presence behind you. And you turn around and you see the tall, lithe form of Apep, wrapped in black bandages, red beetled tail wrapping around behind him. And he merely looks at you and holds out a hand.
And
yeah,
I'm about to do something incredibly stupid.
are you telling me because you want me to stop you?
He doesn't answer, and he starts to offer the book.
Apep takes the book. And as soon as it enters into his hand, you watch the book flip of its own accord and flutter towards a specific page by an invisible wind. And you watch Apep kind of like begin to pull away some of the bandages from his mouth. And you see that the skin is bruised and some parts of it are like scabbed over. And in an incomprehensible language, he begins to chant slowly and softly. He has a very surprisingly, like, almost childlike voice. And his voice carries far and wide. And you watch his gem light up, Apophyse's gem light up, Cassie's gem light up, and all the rest light up. On the floor, you watch Ren's old gem lift up and race towards Apep and slam into his body violently. Alex, you hear Cassie cry in pain as you watch her gem ripped from her body and slammed into Apep's. One by one, all the pieces begin to race towards Apep and slam into his body. The storm above begins to coil into a large funnel, slowly and largely, just kind of like coiling around. Finally, Apophis is the last one. You can see that he's struggling, holding on to his gem as he's being pulled towards Ophep's body. And you see that he reaches out and grabs Ren's shirt. Ren, what do you do?
Ren looks at them and tries to figure out what emotion they are feeling right now, if any.
They feel afraid.
Can Ren tell if this is like their Apophis or if it is still like this dark Apophis? You're back!
Jeez, talk the worst time for a computer crash. I'm sorry.
No worries.
We'll cut it out in editing.
It's not your fault.
Ren, you get the sense that the Apophis that you knew isn't the Apophis that you're currently in combat with.
Then Ren is going to take that brand new shiny new sword they got and just bring it down on Apophis's arm, I guess, or like whatever they are trying to hold Ren with.
Dope. As soon as your blade connects with the red energy scarab beetle riddled arm, the arm explodes, leaving Apophis without an arm as their body just like rushes towards Ophep, the body dematerializing until it's just the gem, and the last gem fitting into Apophis's form. You see that all around Ophep's form, his body is enshrined in red gems, similar to the garb of a pharaoh, until he begins to glow bright, and you watch the energy from the storm begin to cycle down and just pour into his body, waves of energy just like slamming into all of you, as he just screams in pain. It passes quickly, as now he just glows brightly, like almost like a nuclear bomb being held in. And he, clutching the book in his hands, he looks up, and you see that the one piece that hasn't been filled in is his eye. Baby blue, completely normal, just staring at you pleadingly.
Staring at which one of us?
Just a group of you.
You will not be forgotten.
I'm sorry.
So am I. And Alex takes his rapier and slices his hand open and begins to chant to use magic.
Okay. And you are wanting to banish a creature?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me use magic.
That's going to be 7 plus 3, 10.
Okay. On a 10 plus, the magic works without issues. Tell me what this looks like, Dustin.
Alex looks up into that blue eye, like this the whole time that he's doing it, like just hoping to give some sort of solid. Like he knew that Ophep was not the villain since he spared Cassie, like in the first session of this. And his hand starts to glow a almost black color. The red is so dark as his blood begins to pool and grow larger and larger and larger, to the point that Alex has to brace himself, like he has to brace his own hand with the weight of this orb of blood that's pulling. And eventually it grows so large that he casts it out, and it encircles around Apep, and then slowly begins to close as Apep is slowly banished from this realm.
As Apep disappears, you hear one final just like yell of defiance from the Elder Elapid as you watch them lunge at Teddy, who's been watching the whole event. They knock Teddy back, and Teddy blasts the shotgun. And you all watch the Elder Elapid kind of like reach towards the end and then plummet down the plinth until they slam down on the ground in front of you, beginning to pool out a pool of blood. It's quiet now. And we're gonna time jump. It's been a week or so since the events at the Elapid's headquarters. You all sit out on a grassy range. One second. In the distance, you see a farmhouse. Wide open ranges. Blue skies. In front of you, there are 4 tombstones. One, a coffin inside, being lowered. Teddy kneels next to the grave and tosses the first bit of dirt inside. And all he says is, "At least in death, he won't be alone." He gets up and takes a step back. All of you free to walk up and take a piece of the earth to drop on the grave of Chuck Duval.
Alex will step forward, and I think Cassie does as well. And they both take a handful of dirt and toss it in, and Alex says, "Finally made that phone call, Chuck.
Dad was furious. Mom was just relieved. Gonna go home for the holiday. We'll have a savory gravy feast. And Cassie says, and I'm driving. And then the two step away.
And Ren steps up and grabs a handful of earth and says, I don't really know how to feel about you. I wish I knew you for longer, but I still have... I remember what Apophis felt, and I know you were a good person, and I wish I could have been around that, because I think I'm gonna need to be a good person, and I'm not quite sure I know how to do that. So, thanks for getting this lot through, and thanks for, I guess, helping Apophis be a good person, and trying your best, and I wish I could have been around that more. And Ren throws the dirt in the grave. And I suppose I'll try some of that Big Z's, but not quite sure how I'll feel about it.
And when Ren takes a step back, Anne walks up and readies her shovel and says, I didn't get to say goodbye to you, but the time that we had with you here was great, and I guess if not for the deal that you made, as shitty of an ending as it made for you, we wouldn't have had you. So I hope that wherever you are now, it's exactly what you deserve, and if you heard me say that, you'd probably laugh. I'm sure we all have different thoughts about what you deserve, but I miss you. I hope you can rest. And she throws the dirt on the pile and takes a step back.
Carol Franklin steps up. Oh, man.
Oh, no. We're good.
God, you scared me, Dustin.
Misclick.
Carol Franklin steps up. And she has June at her side, and the two of them, puffy eyes, red with having cried. And she picks up some dirt, and June picks up some dirt. And they drop it on the casket. And June says, "Thank you for taking care of my abuelito." And Carol says, "Thank you for keeping your promise." And Teddy walks up and puts a hand on her shoulder. And the two of them kind of turn in and begin to cry, and on his chest and on his side. We see that Chuck is being buried next to Teddy's parents, and on the other side of him is the grave of Emma Franklin. And Teddy just kind of like stares, and silent tears begin to drip from his eyes as he just looks at the two gravestones. It's at this point in time when the group of you hear footsteps approaching. And you all turn around and you see a delivery boy kind of like avoiding cow pies. He's got a uniform on, and he's holding a big bag of big ziti's. And he calls out to you all, and he says, I've got an order for Chuck Duval. Chris?
So I guess I'll narrate this. Once, I don't know how you explain to this Big ZD's delivery boy that you're at the funeral for the man he's here to deliver Big ZD's to. But either way, you end up with the bag, and when you, on little delivery instructions or like notes, it says, "To my friends." And when you open the bag, it's your classic Zack Attack meal. With also like a very nice folded up leather bound thing that says legal document on the front. When you open it, it says the will and testament of Chuck Duval. There is a note written in there that basically goes along with, if you are reading this, I'm probably not around. Though I would like to think that maybe this will never be read. I know that's physically impossible. I'm not immortal like some of my people I know. But I felt it was good just to give one last thing to maybe so my legacy wasn't just silence. So, for my dear friend Anne Derley, I have left you all my guns. I got a lot of them. There's a duffel bag. If the Big ZD guy gets the order right, he should also have that duffel bag. Hopefully that, might be a little greasy, but I left it. Hopefully he has it. Gosh. But anyway, so you have all my guns, and I don't know if you wanted, but I also included the knife that I used to kill that guy who was trying to mug you or hurt you. Maybe that's sentimental. I don't know.
Cool.
For Alexander Rose, I felt there were many things that were left unsaid, and I hope to. And so I felt that an intellectual like you would appreciate something, it's a little stupid, but it's an old notebook I used to carry around. Has some drawings from a friend of mine in it and some poetry. I wrote a little bit from the college days. I tried writing a bit now, but I'm not as good with words as I once was. For Apophis, I have left you. He wrote this before the whole Apophis stuff happened.
I figured he'd be pretty fast if he were to change his will while everything else was going on.
It's hard to get that
Apophis,
notarized.
For Apophis, you don't have a lot of things, so I didn't really know what you would be interested in, so I felt I'd give you my hat. I don't know if it'll fit your head, but I like this hat. I have many of them. I've also left my, since you're you're really connected to history, and you know, sometimes, you know, I found when I'm in a place of confusion, maybe it's, I rarely do this, but sometimes it's good to explore the past. So I've left you a map of all the places I've been, and I've hidden treasure around there. So if you want, you can go find some stuff and get to explore the world, because, you know, I imagine you don't get to do, you haven't gotten to do that as much, and since I feel like you appreciate the beauty in the world, this would give you a good excuse to just go see it. For Cassie, Cassandra Rose, I have left you a copy of the keys to Cassie, the car. I felt that that was the... I'm planning on asking you to, you know, I know you mentioned learning to drive, so maybe hopefully we got to do that before the end, but I will, hopefully you can get those miles in. There's really good gas mileage. And finally, to Teddy. I've spent many years with regret for all the things I've done. Some of my deepest regret is the questions of what if. What if things were different? And I have a lot of inner emotions that I have to fight with over you. Someone who I look up to so much, someone who I wanted to be. I never had an education, I never had a family. I wanted the life that you had. And I'm unsure. I just hope that you know that I appreciate your friendship and giving me at least a glimpse of all that. And so, anything else I have, you can take, I guess. But I've left my massive amounts of money to your granddaughter June for her to use as ever she sees fit. I guess if she wants, she can go to college. Maybe she can do what I couldn't. Or if not, that's fine too. Anyway, I don't really know how you end one of these. I think in the end, all I have to say is thank you for being not just the friends, but the family I always wanted. And yeah, we have our problems, but we make it through. No matter how things turn out. You're all perfect in your own way. And sometimes the most chaotic things are the most beautiful. So again, from your good old friend, Chuck Duval, goodbye, my beautiful train wrecks.
Teddy just kind of sighs. And he sits down on the ground and he puts both of his hands on the sides of June's face. And he says, "Do you want to go to Paris, June? I think you'd like it there." Over the course of the next couple of months, Memphis is dug out. People are relocated. Families are brought back together.
Chuck's car and the van are recovered. Deep in the Heart is brought back to the Franklin home. Trick's body was recovered and taken back to be buried. Though no one ever found the demon card. And I think that's just where we're gonna end the session and end season 1. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for sticking with us. Thank you to all of you amazing, just fucking amazing players and storytellers and GMs. This wouldn't be Turntables without you. Thank you so much. Thank you to Dez. Thank you to Eric for all your amazing work. Thank you to Sydney for being my rock. Thank you. I'm very, very excited to get married. And most of all, thank you, all of you, for sticking through with us and continuing this journey with us. This is not the end, but just flip into a new page. This was really great. I think we're going to go ahead and sign off for the night. We love you very much. We appreciate you. Please, please, please take care of yourselves. Go take a walk, unclench your jaw, get some water, stretch.
Take out your fake vampire face.
Yes.
And don't swallow them because they don't feel good on the way out.
And we will catch you on another Tuesday. Good night.